and global trade. I do have to work and teach classes here at Campbell University. But I want to talk about three things. First, we'll do a Strait of Hormuz update for you. Second, talk about the comments that General Kane, the chairman of the Joint.
Was this Breaking Canavan is the new Nationals leader? All right, popping the champagne bottles. Do you have any links for me, Dilemmas? Let me know. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Stream. I wonder why that didn't come through here. 4AS. Yo, Mr. E. You got censored? What do you mean? Oh my god, you're right. Why is the stream finished? Stream was cut off. Oh, what happened? That's a bit weird. That's very strange. I don't know what happened. Very interesting. Okay. Who is here? Can you see me? You did drop out. Talking too much truth? Man, we weren't even doing anything like controversial just then. We're looking at shipping. Like, come on, how boring is shipping? Seriously. Canavan is the Nationals leader. LOL, Ozpol has never been so engaging my whole life. If it happens again, try to keep the stream up and get us to reload and refresh. I have kept the stream going though. So like it really should be fine, I guess. That's so weird. That's so weird. No, he can't talk about shipping. You bad man. I wonder what happened. That's so strange. Like my connection is fine. A second live stream has hit. Ooh. I wonder what happened there. Too bad. What happened? Did we get censored? I don't know, because usually YouTube doesn't let it just roll on either. So that's a bit strange. I might say, 4AS. It's a new stream for me. Yeah, this is a bit strange. I actually haven't had this happen before. Like, as if the stream gets cut off, I can't just keep going again. It must have been a problem maybe with my restream software. That's very strange, actually. I wonder if other people are still around. New stream for you as well. Mossad onto you. Hey? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Apparently we can't talk about shipping. That seems to be the thing. It seems to be the no-go conversation. Shh, don't talk about shipping. All right, let's have a look at this. I hope people come back, because we had a few more people in here before. Hopefully they get back into the stream. They're not completely cut out. Oh well. All right, back into it then. Back into it, shall we? Let's learn about shipping.
Joint Chiefs of Staff had at this morning's press conference regarding convoying through the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. And then third, a release from the UN Conference on Trade and Development on the impact of the Strait of Hormuz closure and what this means for global trade. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. First, I want to highlight traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a live image of it brought to you by Marine Traffic. Marine Traffic is probably the best app, I think, out there for tracking vessels around there. You can download this on your phone. You can put it onto your computer. Marine Traffic doesn't sponsor me, but they're very nice to give me access to their platform. So I always appreciate Marine Traffic. There is a vessel right now running the strait, the KSL Leyang. It is a Marshall Islands flag bulker. She is underway and outbound in the strait. Now, I want to highlight something here. If you look at her destination, it says China owner and crew. That is really significant. Reason I want to raise that with you is that is the exact thing we saw Chinese vessels do when they ran through the Red Sea against the Houthi in 2024 and 2025. I will envision that we're going to see the same exact thing again here in this case. The other thing I want to highlight to you is the spoofing that is going on. You'll see a lot of images showing you the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. There was some talk about ships running through the strait, and you saw this kind of line of ships here lining up. Well, when you take a look at it closer, what you see here is just kind of a mass of vessels. It's kind of a mess. Same thing when you come over here, you get these big clusters of ships, almost look like a junkyard of ships kind of thrown together. I'll give you another one over here. This one is inside the strait. You see these kind of gaggles of ships. That is the Iranians throwing out electronic interference, and it's causing the AIS, the automatic identification system, to give false readings. So you have to be very, very careful about what is being broadcast on here. So when you look at things, and last night when all those ships lined up, everyone's like, they're running the strait. It's like, no, this is just spoofing going on. There's also a lot of people sitting there saying, hey, there's no ships in the strait, so ships have turned off their AIS and they're running the strait. Maybe. We just don't know that. We really have to wait and see the evidence on that before we can say that. All right. Second, I want to talk about the briefing this morning by Secretary of Defense / War Hegseth, but more importantly, from Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
China is just ship maxing. It's so good. What's going on here? How's this happening? No, back to it.
General Kane was asked specifically about the U.S. Navy and the mission of Central Command to escort vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Let's hear what he has to say.
On the potential, if tasked to escort, we'll look at the range of options to set the military.
Yeah, Jag, is this the guy, this shipping channel here, is this the guy that you were speaking about with Indoctrination yesterday that you saw? And this is the guy that said there's no such thing as sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Is this the guy? Yeah, that's him. And he said it. He said there's no mines in the Strait of Hormuz. I wonder where that propaganda came from. If someone like him is willing just to be like, nah, man, there's no such thing as sea mines. They ain't real. I remember Ethan Klein saying that Galaxy Leader was a Chinese, then a British ship claiming the Houthis pirated a random shit. Obviously, it was Israel, LOL.
Conditions to be able to do that. And then, like we always do with every potential mission, come to the Secretary and the President with both what are the resources required, what is the command and control required, and what are the risks, and how do we mitigate those risks. So we're looking at a range of options there, and we'll figure out how to solve problems as they come to us.
I have to say, I don't get a lot of confidence from that statement right there. It sounds like, based on what he just said, is like, we really haven't have a plan put together again. What I would like to have heard is like, we have a plan, we're ready to roll, we're just waiting for an execute order to do this. I mean, he's basically saying, well, we're waiting to be tasked, and then once we're tasked, we're going to take a look at what we have, and then we're going to figure it out. That doesn't send a lot of confidence to the commercial industry that, like, hey, the U.S. Navy, the U.S. military has a plan to open the straits, and we can begin the resumption of normal trade. Understand, again, I've said this 100 times. I don't think it's the job of the United States to be the world policeman and shepherd commercial shipping around the world. I don't. However, the U.S. and Israel initiated this attack against Iran. We can talk about the merits of it all day long, but this is what has happened. And shipping locked up because insurance rates were not at...
Yeah, he said there's no proof that there are mines, and ships were piling up there because no one wants to insure them. Also said that the U.S. has limited capabilities in the area to chaperone ships through. Interesting. The ship was Israeli and passing through under a different listing of ownership, hence they hijacked it, being illegally there in the Red Sea. Ooh, there you go.
a high enough level to deal with the potential damage. Now, we've seen the number of attacks diminish across the board. I went through the attacks to date in yesterday's video. But what we need from the administration here, particularly the U.S., is a clear indication that the straits are open and available for shipping. And that's going to require sending U.S. naval vessels through the straits. And so the problem you have is resources and the availability. There's only so many escorts that are with the Lincoln battle group. Those escorts have to rotate in guarding the Lincoln. They've got to be refueled. They've got to be rearmed. And if you start sending ships through the Gulf, then you're stressing not just those combatant vessels, but the logistics. And one of the big thin things behind the surface here, I don't want to talk about it too much, is the logistics to support this. It is at times, a single point of failure, and that is a problem that the military has. Finally, I want to show you
Dirty Dumpler. Ravens trade for Crosby just fell through. Is this some like coded message that I'm supposed to understand here? Thanks for entering the chat, but I'm not sure if I understand what you're talking about there. Could you, I would like to know more. What are you speaking about here? The straits are open and available for shipping. Dirty Dumpler. I would like to know more.
This publication just came out from the UN Trade and Development UNCTAD, Strait of Hormuz Disruptions, Implications for Global Trade and Development, a 10 March publication. So I don't want to read the document for you. You can go ahead and access it and I'll have it for you, but I want to highlight a couple of key issues in it. So first, the importance of the Strait of Hormuz as a vital...
Judging by your accent, you wouldn't know. I'm talking about football, not soccer. Okay, fair enough then. Thanks for letting us know. Informative. That's great. Can't tell if it's finance or a sport. Yeah, I thought we were talking about like financial trades here or something. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. I can't tell if it's finance or a sport. I ship Pauline and the Spectre. Yeah, there we go.
Passage for world trade. 38% crude oil, 29% liquefied petroleum gas, 19% both liquefied natural gas and refined oil products, 13% of chemicals, including fertilizer. I think that is really, really critical there. And then you get down in the lower areas with containers and dry bulk just at 3 and 2%. We've seen the drop off, 97% drop off in the number of ships going through. So if you go back, look at the passage through the Strait of Hormuz on 27 February, 141 ships, drops down to 81 on 28 February, and then just 4 vessels on March 8th. So, I mean, again, a substantial drop from the February average of 129 ships. When you talk about disruptions in the strait, a lot of this is going to factor into Asia. If you look, and this is numbers from 2024 specifically, so when you hear the million barrels per day, a lot of people talking about 20 million barrels per day, a lot of that increase in number.
New to the stream, what's your metaphysical, epistemic, and moral worldview? Do you subscribe to a specific political philosophy? Well, what a question, eh? I think you could probably read some of the tags in this stream to figure out what my fucking epistemic and moral worldview is. Metaphysical? I don't even know how to answer that. Do I have some form of spiritual connection to the universe? Yes. I am one with the universe. Epistemic, like how do I understand the world? And my moral view? Yeah, that's actually my understanding of the world comes from historical materialism. 2 words. And my moral outlook comes from historical materialism. And my metaphysical understanding of the human race and its position in the universe comes from dialectical materialism. Does that answer your question? Historical materialism. So, Marx, eh? Well. Who are you, Dirty Dumpler, eh? Little bit of Hegel. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know if Hegel is really responsible for historical materialism. Something got an idealistic view of history, I would say. But like, yeah, let's go with that. A little bit of Derrida, Foucault, perhaps? No. I'm not across Foucault at all, or Derrida. No. Sorry. I'm not a philosopher at all. And I don't pretend to be. So like I can't get down with you with all of that type of jargon. Unfortunately or fortunately. I don't know if you're taking the piss yet. I can't tell. He leaves that to me. That's right. I've got an in-house philosopher. I'll leave that with Boreas. The hip thing to do is to synthesize postmodernism, critical theory, and Marxism. That's why I asked. Hip doesn't make it right, and like I'm not a big fan of postmodernism, and like mixing that. Like I don't even think you can actually mix postmodernism with Marxism. I think that's a joke, to be honest. It's not real. It's just a bunch of people that couldn't cope with the fact that their Marxian views of the world didn't deliver them some type of socialist order or some type of communist utopia, whatever they had in mind, and so they turned to postmodernism to cope with the fact that they were upset. So like I don't think you can, like, just because it's hip, I wouldn't do it, but like you go for it.
Came from the shutdowns and the issue with the dark fleet coming out of Russia. But here, those 2024 numbers have 14.3 million barrels per day. 84% goes to Asia. And of the liquefied natural gas, 83%. Absolutely essential for Asia. This looks at oil shocks, daily oil and gas prices from 1 January all the way up to 9 March. We know that number is much higher. We're seeing a lot of volatility right now in the price of oil. It surged all the way up over $100 a barrel, fell back down. We're going to expect to see this very kind of dynamic shock to the system. The one in particular to watch, I would argue, is not so much oil right now, but liquefied natural gas, because there is no way to increase the amount of liquefied natural gas production out there. Very little alternatives out there.
I got that from the podcast. He said the thing, and it's sprinkling of philosophy. Historical materialism cannot justify the word right either. However, I don't judge. I watch and read broadly. Interesting. And why would historical materialism even want to justify the word right? Like right has some type of relevance in a historical materialist approach to understanding humanity. Interesting. I know the reference. I'm a fan. Tehran saying Operation Epic Mistake is really funny. That's so silly. That's pretty good though. Gotta take it. Take it where you could get it. What was it? Operation Epstein Distraction.
At full or max capacity. Oil, we have strategic reserves. We have.
They wouldn't want to justify the word right. It appeals to power as its ontology, ultimately. I don't even know if it appeals to power. See, I think it's understanding the materialism factor there, or you're assuming there's some type of subjectivity to the materialism factor there. I don't think it's a tool of moral gauging. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. Beyond that, it's rhetorical moralization, a tool for persuasion or manipulation. Yeah, it sounds like you've drunk the Kool-Aid on what historical materialism is supposed to be, as opposed to what it is. It's just a way of understanding the world. It's actually got nothing to do with rhetorical moralization or persuasion. If you're not persuaded by historical materialism, then, and you don't think it's a savvy way of understanding history, then like move on. But like, have people used it to manipulate people based on appeals, like appealing to power structures? Then yeah, you could argue that. I think people use lots of things incorrectly to persuade people to do horrendous things. And so if people have used historical materialism, which is, again, it's a way of understanding the world, if they've used that nefariously to convince people to do horrible things, then like that's not historical materialism's fault. That's the application. If historical materialism claims morality is merely the product of material and class consciousness, the moral language itself is historically conditioned. Saying it has nothing to do with moralization or persuasion ignores such language would also arise from those same forces. Moral claims become instruments, not truths. If historical materialism claims morality is merely the product of material and class conditions, then moral language itself is historically conditioned. Saying it has nothing to do with moralization or persuasion ignores that such language will also arise from those same forces. No, it doesn't. It doesn't ignore it at all. It just explains it. It just explains that moralization or persuasion is applied by humans under the right conditions. It doesn't ignore it at all. It just explains that it is possible. I think you might have been a bit brainwashed by the kind of Marxist, anti-communist stuff that's happened throughout the 20th century and lives on in the 21st century. Like it's not a religion. Like if you don't think it's scientific, then just say it's not scientific. You don't have to say it's like a failed ideology because it's been used by people to do things that are questionable. It's a way to understand something. It's got nothing to do with persuading people. But like, fair enough. You do you. You do you. Democracy is used. I didn't say it's a failed ideology. I said it's a form of science. And if you don't think it's scientific enough for you, then don't use it. Democracy is used to manipulate people. It's just a tool. It's how one uses it. Anyway, back to the fucking very interesting philosophical discussion. Don't get me wrong. But like, yeah, I think you're thinking of this the wrong way. And you've swallowed a little bit of anti-communist propaganda along the way.
Floating reserves. There's a lot you can kind of do with oil. I shouldn't say a lot, but there is some you can do with oil. There's almost nothing you can do with liquefied natural gas. So one of the key stats I think that comes out of this is this one right here. 1/3 of global seaborne trade in fertilizer passes through the strait, 67% of urea. And then they get into DAP, that's about 20%, and MAP, about 9%. The other region where you get a lot of this from is out of the Black Sea. And right now with Russia and Ukraine increasing their combat between targeting commercial vessels, the global fertilizer trade is at really a critical point. Who has access to this fertilizer and who's going to be hurt the most? Well, you can see right here, 54% of Sudan's fertilizer comes from this region, 36% of Sri Lanka's, Australia, 32%. And then you go down that list, Tanzania, Somalia, Pakistan, Thailand, Kenya, New Zealand, and Mozambique.
Access to fertilizers may worsen for some of the poorest countries. Share fertilizers imported by sea and originating from the Persian Gulf. So what we in Australia get, what is it? 32% of ours. And New Zealand, 26%. Check that out. God damn. But like we can obviously get it from other sources then. Like 26, that's a problem. Like there's still a market outside of that we should be able to. And like we are agricultural fucking powerhouses. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Okay, meanwhile, our capitalist overlords are taking children to islands and not being held accountable. Yes. It was two so-called democracies that started this war, America and Israel. America is not a true democracy. Neither is Israel, LOL. Suppose it, let's say. Two so-called, no, you said so-called democracies.
Will all be affected by the inability to get fertilizer out of the Persian Gulf. Then they talk about the ripple effects, which can travel pretty far. And I think this is the aspect that most of us will begin to feel. So when oil prices go up, food prices go up. And you got this chart that kind of tracks that right along all the way from 1990 through the crisis of 2008, through the supply chain crisis and COVID in 2020. And we can expect to see a similar impact here. When gas prices go up, fertilizer prices often go up. And you can see that through the 1990 to 2020.
Hi, folks. Nods at dilemmas. Comrade. I've heard that you guys had a little foray last night, in another stream. Dilemmas was talking about you before, Woozle. Fertilizer, schmertilizer. Maybe if we won't waste so much food, if we are growing less. Damn. It's kind of true though, right? We'll have to be a little bit more conscious about what we do. Instead of like the aimless way that we do things in the free market. We just produce. and hope we hit the profit target. I have a really big dog. I'm sure we could use her poops. It's like Jurassic Park out here.
26 index with those huge peaks in 2008 and again in 2021, 2022. And 2025, 2026 is probably looking to be number 3, if not number 2.
Me and Wizard cheated on the E stream. Hey, let 1,000 blossoms bloom. What happens when I'm offline? You guys have fun. Just as long as you're being nice to each other. That's the main thing. It only explains why moral language appears under certain material conditions, then it still reduces moral claims to products of circumstance. In that case, calling something right describes a social function, not a true moral fact. Explanation without grounding leaves the norm itself unjustified. Calling it science does not solve the problem, since science only describes the is and not the ought. Without a grounding for norms, right becomes strategy or preference, not truth. I have to read your stuff twice, seriously. If it only explains why moral language appears under certain material conditions, then it still reduces moral claims to products of circumstance. Okay, and like you say that like it's a problem, like moral claims and a product of circumstance. Do you think people like the first humans 200,000 years ago had the same moral grievances, concerns, and positions that people have now today in the 21st century, speaking of a platform like Twitch? Like, what's your point? In that case, something called right describes a social function, not a true moral fact. It's interesting how you've got true, moral, and fact all in alignment there. Very interesting. Very telling. Explanation without grounding leaves the norm itself unjustified. Calling it science does not solve the problem. See, that's the thing. It is a form of science in the sense that it was a scientific method of inquiry to understand the history of humanity. But like I said before, if you don't like it, if you don't like this scientific method and you think it's lacking, then fine. But like, don't treat it like it's some fucking religion and like it's either all encompassing and explains everything or it's completely useless. Use it for what it is, and then you fill in the gaps with how you interpret the world outside of that. I think you're putting way too much value in its ability to provide some type of moral clarity for you. Without the grounding of norms, right becomes strategy or preference, not truth. What is truth? What does that even mean? Look, I'm all down for a philosophical discussion, but like if you're going to come to this like with certain assumptions and say like it needs to be basically a silver bullet for all things. Like, I don't think there's any type of science out there that explains all things. They explain phenomena, they are theory based, and like they work with specific material, specific observations, specific procedure and process. I don't think there's any science out there that claims to explain everything. So like, I see what you're doing, but like, is it a good position to be arguing from? I'm not sure. Are there true moral facts then? I don't know. Apparently. I've never heard someone say with such, not say, but write with such power, such decisiveness that there's such thing as a true moral fact. It's an interesting one. Town Mouse. Well, I'm asking them to clarify since I'm not sure what's wrong with all the moral claims being reduced to products of circumstance. Either am I. Like, that's the thing. Like, what's wrong with someone's morality being based in their context? Like that just makes sense. Like, people get their morals from the positions that they're in. I don't know if there are innate morals, like, I don't know, written into our DNA or something, our genetic code. Remag here, by the way. Oh, you're there. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, it's an interesting question. This back and forth really screams too many books, not enough lift heavy things, ain't no like bad medicine. Yeah. Not enough lift heavy things. All right, thanks, Thomas Sewell. Is that you? Maybe we'll next time, instead of having a philosophical discussion, we'll do a weightlifting event on stream. Everyone can chip in. Baby girl, got enough poops for everyone. Hey, you don't need fertilizer. Hey, from the Persian Gulf, we got this covered. All right, back to this shipping guy.
In that list. Freight costs for shipping oil are soaring to historic highs. This goes all the way back to 2000, where we see tankers and clean tankers, those indexes, we're seeing them come back up again. From the period at the end of really 2010 until about 2020, shipping prices for oil was pretty low, but now all of a sudden we've got this huge resumption in the price of oil. Again, this goes back to the quote I've given you a lot about the charter price for very large crude carriers, but also for clean tankers moving aviation fuel and diesel. And this is the one I think that's not catching everyone, but it should. And I mentioned it a little bit in the video yesterday. The cost of marine fuel is sharply rising. And not just the price, but the availability of it. And this is going to be key. If we do not have enough fuel, and more importantly, if the price continues to climb, that is going to be passed over. We're already seeing the major shipping firms adding what are called fuel surcharges to shipments, increasing the cost to haul containers, dry bulk, and fuel around the world. You can expect to see it on cruise ships and expect to see it manifest itself in almost every area. And then finally, they talk about that war risk insurance as it surged. So if you have a war risk premium of 0.2.
Like, this guy hasn't debunked this idea, though, that China's getting stuff past, if that makes sense. Like, China's able to get containers through the Strait of Hormuz. Like, no one's actually debunking this. The French are talking about it now. I've heard multiple people say it, like, outside, in, like, other sources. But, like, I wasn't sure if they were just being, like, you know, anti-American or something like that, and they're just like, ha 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 ha, like China can get through and you can't. But like, it seems to be kind of not a very contentious idea. So like, everyone's freaking out that the Strait of Hormuz is shut and there's going to be problems for global supply chains, especially gas. Everyone seems to be pretty stressed out about gas. Fertilizer, that seems like a scary one. But like, the Chinese still get their stuff to and from the Persian Gulf. And like, yeah, not very controversial idea. Chinese getting special treatment there. What are the Americans going to do about that? I guess we're going to find out. Calling it a science does not solve the problem, but praxis does. If morals are only products of circumstance, then calling something unjust is just describing a preference shaped by conditions. Calling something unjust is just a preference shaped by conditions. On what basis is slavery actually wrong? Science itself presupposes metaphysical truths like logic, causality, and reality's order. So you already rely on metaphysics to claim knowledge at all. Yeah, I know, chicken or the egg. Hey, pick one. I don't know. But that's why historical materialism does have a materialistic standpoint. It's based in material reality. It has to pick something. So like, what you're arguing is just like, oh, well, which comes first, the ideas or the material reality around them? Oh, well, like, you can have this one. Oh, no, but this one influences that one. Oh, my God. Like, yeah, go round and round in circles on that one. And that's the point of it. It's a scientific method of understanding the world, and specifically the development of the human race. It's got nothing to do with explaining morality. It's got nothing to do with that. But like, if you're trying to shift a scientific method and push it into another form of understanding and be like, but I want to understand metaphysics using historical materialism. Why can't I square this circle? And like, what do you want me to say? I already told you, it's not a form of science that explains everything. It's specifically about understanding human history. And it goes a long way to describing the material conditions that produce the type of moral realm of argumentation and discussion that you're engaging in right now. Like the fact that you're on Twitch right now arguing with some random that says soccer and not football is something that is given to you and can be explained by through historical materialism. The substance of our conversation, the subject here, well, that's up to us, I guess. And so, like, yeah, I get it. Chicken or the egg, which one comes first? But that's the actual point of historical materialism. It tries to put to bed the whole, like, which one comes first discussion and looks for the material, the objective, and trying to explain history from that standpoint. Picking materialism just to pick something doesn't solve the problem. It assumes the answer. Oh yeah, well then go on living your life in a roundabout, in a cyclic fashion where you can never explain anything because you can't ever be decisive because you never know. If that does it for you, then, like, I've said this multiple times. If that does it for you and that, like, tickles your fancy, that helps you sleep at night, having absolutely no basis to understand reality at all. Like, is there even a reality? Do I even exist? Am I part of someone's dream? Oh my God, am I in the Matrix? Like, if that's how you live your life, you go for it. But, like, don't blame historical materialism for your decision not to be able to actually have a starting point. If you object to the starting point, then don't use historical materialism. That's on you. You don't like it? Don't use it. It's obviously a bad science in your worldview. All right? I get it. There are problems. There are problems in a lot of things. You don't like it? That's fine. Move on. Products of circumstance can be changed. That's the point. Marxism is not economic determinism. Agricultural land in Australia is primarily being consumed and converted by urban expansion, rural residential development, and hobby farming. Yes. Yeah, like, I've been on the cusp of, like, when I was working in government, like, I was watching Sydney's food bowl get absolutely destroyed by sprawling suburbs. So we got a big problem there because, like, these areas were actually good for, like, food production. And so, like, they just get pushed out now into more and more arid zones where it's actually harder to produce the same food. So I don't know what Sydney's going to do soon in terms of feeding itself. I think we have societal standards which form a part of our global consciousness. My family has multiple farm properties. This will be the first year in, like, 25 years that they don't do beef production and will switch to feed. Interesting. It's also being consumed by renewables. To ignore that is ignoring the facts. But urban expansion is also a factor. I think he has an inherent want to do good. Whether that helps or not is built from our material circumstances. Most people just want to live life and not hurt others. But depending on how they are raised, etc., they have different belief systems. Philosophy can only go so far with our psychological understanding of the human mind. Tip for anyone studying philosophy is to go study psychology. Otherwise, you're just saying dumb shit. Woozle, our birth rate will not increase because immigration is stopped/slowed. What do you propose to fill the void of, say, carers or support workers, etc.? Thomas, did you know you can also rent out land to these companies too? It's going to renewables because urban expansion is making the land worth more, which means renewables are the easiest way for capitalists to make money from it. I thought that was an interesting point, actually. It was from our investigation the other week. Is like the capitalists themselves are, like, turning to renewables and they're capturing that market because it's going to make them bank. And here we are arguing over which type of energy. Us plebs are forced to argue over which energy is better. And they're just capitalizing on the market, like, massively, and monopolizing it too. Town Mouse. Marxism doesn't need to say that slavery is wrong because that's not what Marxism presupposes it to do. Dirty Number, doubt doubt about ultimate grounding doesn't prevent action. People make decisions under uncertainty all the time. What it does require is humility about claiming final certainty. The issue isn't paralysis, it's whether a view can justify calling something truly right or wrong rather than just preferred. Yeah, based on your assumptions. This is purely based on your perspective here. So like you've come to an argument with your own preconceived notions and you're arguing from that point without taking any consideration to the actual functioning of what you're arguing about. And you're just applying your own preconceived notions. Like, what's the point? Like, what are you trying to achieve here? I think you just like to write stuff, which is fine. Like everybody likes to show off a little bit. Like, I know all these big words. But like, if that's all you're doing, just like stroking your own ego here, then like, what's the point? Like, and I mean that like in the nicest way possible. Honestly. Like, if that's just what you want to do, show off, then like, okay, fine. You know a lot of stuff. Congratulations.
5%, you may be paying, for example, $250,000 on $100 million vessel. If that war premium increases by 100%, you're paying $500,000. If it increases by 300%, you're paying $1 million. And this is the big concern we're seeing right now with that escalation of war risk. And then finally, a quick examination here of borrowing costs, which are adding a new economic burden. We're seeing bond yields and their uptick since the military escalation. So, you know, the increase in yields and the increase in bond yields is going to make borrowing even more expensive for countries. You see the example there with the countries in and around the Middle East. They're going to need to recoup that money, which means higher costs for oil, natural gas, all the exports coming from this region. So key implications and considerations, they really highlight 4 of them. First, disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz underscore the vulnerability of critical maritime choke points to geopolitical tensions and their potential to transmit shocks across supply chains and commodity markets. I can't not agree with that. This is one of the reasons good.
It's totally ego, because it's your ego. Like, why did you frame the terms of the discussion about right or wrong? That's your ego. That's completely your ego. That's what I'm saying. Like, you've come into this with terms of the discussion and like you haven't moved the window to compensate for anyone else in this discussion. And you've argued that something is wrong based on you framing the discussion about morality for some reason. Which, again, if you're trying to fit historical materialism into a discussion on morality, like, there's your first problem. Like, honestly. I think that is an ego thing. So like, but if you want to show off, that's fine. There's a lot of people that come into the chat and like stroke themselves a little bit and show off and then fuck off. So like, if you want to do that, like, it's not the first time it's happened. So like, you know, do your thing. Do your thing. Like, you sound like you know a lot about this very niche topic. So like, cool. And people are reading it and we're all learning.
Buddy of the show, Ross Kennedy, always talks about watch the choke points. When a choke point closes or gets pinched, it has an impact. I always use the analogy that the ocean transportation system is like the circulatory system of the world's economic health. And when you pinch off a major choke point, it's, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is like the femoral artery in your right leg. Sooner or later, you either got to reopen it or you're going to do permanent damage, or you're going to have to lop it off and cause damage that is really not recoverable. 2, reducing risk to global trade and development, including environmental risk, requires de-escalation and safeguarding maritime transport, ports, and seafarers. We've seen at least 14 separate attacks with as many as 11 merchant mariners killed or wounded, other civilian infrastructure while maintaining secure trade corridors in line with international law and freedom of navigation. 3rd, economic impacts globally and regionally will depend on the duration, intensity, and geographic scope of the tensions. This is why when President Trump says there's going to be 4 weeks or 6 weeks, it resonates through the global supply chain and the transportation system. This is why when USS Charlotte sinks the Iranian frigate Dina off the coast of Sri Lanka, it could potentially widen the war risk area. Continue monitoring is essential to assess evolving risks and potential impacts. Finally, number 4, socioeconomic implications for developing economies. Many developing countries already
We got to get through
So
this.
UNCTAD tends to really focus on developing and undeveloped economies out there, but I will say that this will impact all economies, doesn't matter, developed, developing, or undeveloped economies. This is going to resonate across the entire globe. So it's absolutely essential we get trade through the Strait of Hormuz back up and running, and the United States should be working, should have a plan, General Kane, to do that right now. I mean, we should have one. I'm kind of shocked we don't have one. I hope to think we have one. Maybe.
Isn't it crazy? Like, this really does demonstrate to everyone, like, how fucking delicate the human race is now. Like, the global economy, it hangs on a knife edge, really. And we're talking about, like, one particular region in world trade goes down. And, like, this could, according to this guy, this could threaten the stability of the entire human race here and to plunge us into a level of chaos that we haven't experienced for a long time. Shows you, one, that capitalism is a global system, and two, that, like, the only solution to the stuff that ails us at the moment in the free market is an actual kind of global governance structure. I know that's really scary, and, like, people are really, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there about people trying to create like a global government, and, like, you know, we're all going to be subject to some, you know, international banking system, and we'll have credits, and they'll cut us off from credits, and there'll be like a world army or police force that controls everyone and takes away everyone's individual freedoms and national identity and all that sort of stuff. Like, honestly, if the shoe fits, like, the world economy is global now. You take out a couple of players and, like, we all fucking go down. We all go down for the count here, like, massively. Like, we do need some type of global governance structure. Like, this isn't a like a conspiracy theory thing where, like I said, there's going to be one world government that comes over and takes over and destroys the last bastions of hope and freedom for the human race. We need something to protect us from countries like the US and Israel, who, like, for the sake of their own interests, just fuck up the global economy, try to shake the tree a little bit just to see what falls out, and, like, if they can grab a little bit more power from the carnage. It's scary shit. And this is why they talk about, like, people talk about socialism being, like, global. It's a recognition of kind of like, we're all connected. We're all of our social relations are connected. We're not national. We're not individual. Like, we rely on a global supply chain of labor. Like, there's a global supply chain. We rely on people doing work, apparently in the Persian Gulf, to make the inputs that go into the fertilizers that allow 33% of our economy to make food, or 33% of our food economy to exist. And so, like, we're tied to people that live in the Persian Gulf. So it is an international system, and labor is an international affair. And so, like, you know, with international problems, we need some type of international governance structure. It really exposes this nicely. Man, there are so many different conversations going on in the chat today. I really can't keep up. God damn. Yeah, I can't keep up with all this. I'm still listening. Professor E. It's fine. Like, I'm glad people are having conversations. I think the philosophy king, though, is gone. It's not responding anymore. Oh, no. No, they're just having a separate conversation now. All right. This was interesting nonetheless. This guy here. But he definitely shows how delicate the world economy now, how delicate the human race is, and tied together in a global economy. To think that, like, you know, when J.D. Vance and people like that talk about globalists controlling the world, and we need to double down and make America great again, or some bullshit like that. Like, it's just such rubbish. Like, blaming the problem on globalists. The world is globalized. It's been globalized for over a century. There's no independent nations anymore. Well, there's very, very few independent nations who are also, like, highly industrialized. Like it's pretty much like fucking North Korea, maybe. But like even then, they're pretty close to China and Russia and Iran. If you want to be industrialized economy, an advanced industrialized society in the 21st century, like you can't be fucking make my country great again. You can't do it. You can't actually believe that your national interests, putting that first, is actually going to help society. We live in a very intricate and globalized supply chain, and the human race, like you take a few components out and your country will fall over and you will die. You will start to starve or you will run out of energy, and it's going to be like fucking The Walking Dead within a matter of like weeks, if not months. Sorry, months, if not weeks. It's a communist globalist society. Yeah, watch out. Did you hear the news that nothing the Epsteinians are doing is working? I haven't heard the news specifically, but like I could get down with that. Excellent, that's for sure. All right. Well, like this is Iran mines Strait of Hormuz. This might just be propaganda then.
CNN is learning Iran has begun laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. This is according to two people familiar with the matter. It's another major complication as the world's top oil.
I thought they'd already mined the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, what's going on here? How do we answer this propaganda piece? Are there mines or not? I really got to know now, because like people have been talking about the mines for a couple of weeks now, and now they don't exist. Like I'm questioning my reality here. Historical materialism isn't going to work in this situation. How do I understand if there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz? I need to know.
Exporter warns there could be, quote, catastrophic consequences for oil markets if the conflict keeps disrupting ship and oil tanker traffic through the strait. He says beyond upending shipping and insurance, the ongoing disruption could snowball, threatening aviation, agriculture, and other industries. A short time ago, the White House repeated President Trump's promise to provide government-backed insurance as well as naval escorts to keep tankers moving. So far,
I'm not sure how sea mines work, but wouldn't that put their ally ships at risk as well? Yeah, but like from what I understand though, they're called autonomous mines. Or they're remotely capable, as in they're not like mines from World War II where you just move past them and they blow up. Like they're intelligent, so you get to decide. You can control them remotely, if not them being autonomous altogether. And so like you can decide when to activate them or not. And like that makes sense, I guess, given the technology we have access to in the 21st century. That sounds pretty basic, actually. Like we should be able to remote control a mine in the 21st century, I guess. There's a lot of discussion about the mines supposedly in the Strait of Hormuz. Are these remote controlled mines, autonomous mines? How could there be a situation if they are not autonomous or remote that you could have friendly ships go past without being affected? Brief response, please. Ships aren't going through though. US Navy can't escort them. Iran is doing more damage to their energy infrastructure and vice versa. Their raids are being ambushed. The interceptor systems are failing. Just a giant shit show. Yeah, I know, but like apparently there are vessels that are going through. We just saw a video and there was like 4 vessels going through, and they're all like Chinese owned vessels apparently, and so Iranians are letting them through. So we're just trying to figure out what this mine situation is. Naval mines used in the Strait of Hormuz are usually not remote controlled. Most are automatic influence mines that trigger when they detect a certain ship's signature. Okay. Detect the ship's magnetic field, acoustic noise, pressure change, vibration. They detonate only when the signals match certain thresholds. Mines can be programmed to ignore the first X ships that pass. This allows the laying of the Navy's own ships to pass before activation, target discrimination. Some mines can be tuned to react only to large vessels, tankers, warships, rather than small boats. Timed activation. Mines can stay inactive for hours, days after deployment, so deploying force can leave the area safely. Remote controlled mines, rare but possible. A shore station or hidden operator can manually detonate when target passes. So friendly ships avoid them because the mines are programmed with delays, counters, or signature filters, rather than being triggered by any vessel immediately. It doesn't really help, does it? It doesn't explain it very well. But like, yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Western media heavily influenced and controlled via Israel. Wait, what did you say there? Yeah, the chat's moving too fast. My God. Israel recently bought TikTok, apparently. Yeah, for the US, that is. Iran is allowing Chinese ships through. Yeah, so maybe the mine thing is bullshit. That seems like gamble to me. Yeah, it seems way too risky. Just be like, let's just put a delay on it. So maybe it is bullshit. Maybe there are no mines there. It's just been propaganda. Interesting. All right. Back to it. Well, here's the CNN propaganda on this. Apparently, now they're starting to mine. I thought they blew up. Like, I thought Trump said they blew up the entire Iranian Navy. How the fuck are they starting to lay... Like, they can turn over ships pretty fast, if you ask me, if they're now laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. And what's going on with all the American naval vessels in there? What, they're going to allow Iran to start dropping mines in the Strait of Hormuz? Like, now? Now they're going to start doing that? What the fuck? I thought they took out the entire Navy. This is outrageous. All right, let's do this. It helps paint the picture that Iran is responsible for any potential economic impacts instead of the total debacle by the US and Israel militaries. Yeah, I guess it does if they start talking about it now. And like, look, we've got evidence of them doing this. But like, it doesn't answer the question. It's like, you know, Trump was coming out, what, like not even a week ago saying that he had Supreme Leader Trump had come out single-handedly that he'd taken out the entire Iranian Navy. Mine stuff is unclear to me. In principle, Iran can mine the Strait without big business. But whether they spent the time to make modern mines or still have vessels they need to deploy them isn't info I have. Yeah, it's definitely not information we have either.
Those shipping companies are resisting traveling through the region while the fighting goes on. Let's talk about this now with CNN business editor at large, Richard Quest. He's also the anchor of Quest Means Business. Richard, what first do you make of this breaking news? Mines in the Strait of Hormuz happening amid the backdrop of the Trump administration threatening to, sort of rain down on Iran if they do anything in the Strait.
What it shows clearly is how relatively, note I use that word, easy it is for Iran to cause absolute mayhem, havoc and chaos with the global shipping. You see, they threaten whether they actually lay the mines or not. We'll only have to wait and see. You've got the perspective of the drones and or missiles. You've got an entire choke point that you're looking at. And all that...
But I thought they already had mines. What the fuck? My whole world is being turned upside down here. A level never seen before. Wait, what's this? At the real Donald Trump. How old is this? 7 a.m. American time. What time is it? Wherever the fuck Trump is. If Iran puts out any mines in Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. If for any reason mines were placed and they were not removed, forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what has been placed, it will be a giant step in the right direction So like, it does seem like this stuff really does get under the skin of the globalists that Trump pretends to be against. But if you actually do what we ask, though, it'll be a step in the right direction. He's like basically saying, please, can you not mine the Strait? We've got ships and people are pretty fucking upset about this. Please don't do this, Iran. Additionally, we are using the same technology and the missile capabilities deployed against drug traffickers to permanently eliminate any boat or ship attempting to mine the Hormuz Strait. They will be dealt with quickly and violently. Beware, President Donald J. Trump. But like at the same time, like if you have these technology and missile capabilities, then why are you pleading with them not to do it? And why are you even asking them, look, if you have done it, can you remove it, please? That'd be nice. Just asking for a mate. I think they're struggling with this war, the Americans. I think they've bitten off more than they can fucking chew here. This is a very interesting position, might I add, for them to be in. 11 never seen before. Are you planning a tactical bomb of some sorts? Yeah, and all in the name of what? Global shipping. Global shipping. So that would have been last night. Okay. It's interesting. No way SL Trump would use the words forthwith on his own accord. Supreme Leader Trump. So good. Forthwith. With the Great Israel Project, they are planning to be on being the oil hub of the Middle East and making the Strait of Hormuz sound scary, moves investment out of the region. Interesting. To be fair, we did just have multiple PDFs operating out of daycares, so I didn't really blame them. But hey, I don't blame me if you don't believe me. This must be a separate conversation. That would have been last night. Spandong, dilemmas. Okay, let's do this.
The West can do, or that President Trump and others can do, is offer these rather poor substitutes.
America getting isolated. America seems to be getting fucked at the moment. They're getting desperate. Like, he's really appealing to the Iranians. They're like, please don't mine the fucking Strait. And if you have, can you just remove them, please? God damn. And if you don't, then we will rain hellfire upon you. Like, which is what we're already doing. But like, we'll do it more. I swear.
Insurance, for escorting of vessels. I spoke to the CEO earlier of Maersk Shipping, the largest in the world, and he basically said, look, you can give me all the insurance you like, but if it's not safe, I ain't sending my ships, my container ships, through the strait. And he said, and as for escorting, it's just too difficult. Now, they've got 10 ships stuck in the northern Gulf. They've got many more on the way. It gives you an idea of why what the president said yesterday might sound good in sound bites, but is very difficult to actually put into play and terribly easy to overturn.
So, I mean, taking a look at the effects of this, Richard, you have several industry experts saying if the strait remains as it is, and I mean, I know we hear the Trump administration threatening if they do anything with the strait. Well, the strait is paralyzed, right? But these experts are saying with very little traffic moving through, crude could reach $150 a barrel by the end of the month. If oil is going to go that high, what kind of impact does that have on the world economy, not just gas, but anything that's petroleum dependent?
Oh, well, let's just go through the list.
I'd say if they're putting mines out, it'd be on the choke point and only as a way to tighten traffic. That way, if they need to act, it's easier pickings. That's a pretty interesting point, hey? Like you make the narrow pass even more narrow because it's like, oh, on this side that's covered with mines, we better go here. And then they get closer, potentially even to Iran being able to control the strait even better because nobody wants to go near the mines. And so they have to move a little bit further over, which is like more susceptible from like land strikes, like land artillery, potentially their missiles that apparently they have like literally built into the side of cliffs along the strait, apparently. So it's not a bad call. Sounds like a tactic that could really fuck things up as well for the West, as it is already. But like, yeah.
Besides gasoline, transportation, fertilizer, plastics, all sorts of manufacturing, transportation. I mean, heating just for homes, pays your money, it takes your choice. Most of the oil in that part of the world goes east towards China and Southeast Asia, but the global market sets the price. And that's why, as you and I were talking yesterday, it's highly unlikely there'll be massive lines in the United States, but the price is set globally, and therefore the US will feel the effect. Consumers in the US will be noticing it today. It will get worse.
I don't understand that logic there. Like, why? Like, you want to make America great again or put America first? I'm just listening to an analyst talk about how even if the US has its own supply of oil and petroleum and gas, prices will go up in the US based on the current crisis in the Strait of Hormuz and the constraint on global shipping, because the price of oil in the US is set on the global market. I thought the point of the US having energy independence was so they weren't constrained by the price of oil on the global market. Why does gas prices go up for American citizens in this scenario? Even if the US produces enough oil to meet its own needs, often called energy independence, fuel prices are still tied to the global oil market. Crude oil is traded internationally using a benchmark of the Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate. If supply is threatened in a critical choke point like the Strait of Hormuz, traders expect global shortages and bid up the price everywhere. US producers sell to the highest bidder. American oil companies can export oil. If global prices rise, they still sell abroad at those higher prices. So to keep oil in the US market, domestic buyers must pay roughly the same global price. But like, isn't that the point of energy dependence? Like, call me old fashioned, but if I was going to put America first, or make America great again, or something like that, like, you know, national, like, put national interests first, wouldn't I be like, fuck you, you greedy oil tycoon fucks. We have oil in this country. Why are we subject to the global market price? Shouldn't we meet our needs first and then sell what is beyond our need on the global market for a profit? I know, call me old-fashioned, but like, that's the argument that people are having here about like the price of gas. Let's say oil types and refining. The US produces a lot of light shale crude, but some American refineries are designed for heavier imported crude. So the US still imports and exports oil simultaneously. I thought that's what Venezuela was for. They can get access to the crude that they need, the heavier crude from Venezuela. Gasoline prices follow the crude prices. About 50 to 60% of the price of gasoline comes from the price of crude oil. If crude jumps globally due to shipping disruption, US gasoline prices rise quickly, even if domestic supply is stable. Fuck. Hello, everyone. IDF kills children. Damn, what a savage name that is. Just in case you guys were wondering, just let me spell it out for you. Savage name. How's everyone doing? I am well. I can't speak for everyone. I hope you are well too. IDF kills children. I don't know how many times I can actually say that. Algorithm's going to come and get me. This is very interesting. I don't know. Like, if I was American, I'd be fucking furious. I thought the whole reason for the shale revolution was to make sure that Americans were completely supplied. Like, Project 2025 goes on about this, like, drill, baby, drill. We've got the oil, let's use it. But like, the oil is just like, so the rhetoric from Project 2025 and the conservatives basically is just like, oh, we've got the oil, let's use it. Yeah, we've got the oil, let's just enter into the global market and fuck the local economy. That's mental. They're telling us here to stop filling up. I think the line that the mainstream media in Australia is using is, we shouldn't be panic buying. I think they say, don't worry, there's plenty of oil. There's plenty of petrol to go around. Everyone stop the fucking panic buying. Please stop the panic buying. Calm down. We'll be fine. Man, I'd be upset if I was American about that. All right, well, it looks like we got some new people in here potentially. And I haven't said this today, actually. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button. Do yourself a favor. You know who you are. If you're on YouTube, that is. Hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch and you're new here, make sure you hit that follow. You know how it is. And if you want to get access to what's going on over there, hey, see that little screen over there? That's our Discord chat. If you want to come and join us on Lacord, here's an invitation to Lacord. Here it is, just for you. This is where we drop our propaganda. Come and join us over there. All right. Let's get back to this.
This idea of 150, by the way, could it happen? I've no idea. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is it likely? No one knows. That is the reality here. It is simply a mass of knowns of unknowns.
The United States has hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats near the Strait of Hormuz. That's according to a post from President Trump earlier this afternoon. He adds there, quote, with more to follow, unquote. Iran's chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, so this one is from 4:20 p.m., 10th of March. And this one that you've done here is from did I read that right? Yeah, 10th of March, 4:20 p.m. And this one's from 7 a.m. the following morning. So Trump said, I'm pleased to report that within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and ships, with more to follow. And it looks like now he's begging the Iranians over here to not do that. Very interesting. Not so confident anymore. The like button is currently blocking the oil chain. Hit that shit.
Becoming more dire by the day. Close to 15 million barrels of oil are stuck in the Gulf region, cut off from moving beyond this crucial water passage for 20% of the world's oil, with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warning any ship will be attacked. Sources told CNN earlier this afternoon that Iran had begun laying mines in recent days. Following those reports, President Trump posted, quote, if Iran has put out any mines in the Hormuz Strait and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately.
Whoa,
if for any reason
bro,
mines
look
were
at this. Captain Buck, are you watching? No, it was Hobo Joe that put this out. Hobo Joe, are you looking at this? You looking at this? The post that you've got there says it was out on the 11th of the 3rd at 7 a.m. Look at this. Fucking 3:40 p.m. March 10. What's going on? Maybe he reposted? Or someone's fucking lying. Why would they lie about this? Why would your post lie about this? This is mental. What's going on? The Matrix is collapsing here. The times are different. Oh, you're in the future. Oh, so this is just because it's come from someone. So did you capture that yourself, Hobo Joe? Or did you find this in a post from someone else? Or you're in the future. Yeah, it's probably that then, I guess. Oh, you went on Truth. Oh, okay. I thought you just copied that from somebody else. Oh, you're on Truth Social? Damn. How is it over there? Do you feel smothered by the truth? US, we saw them deploying mines. No, we didn't. But if we did, Iran better remove them quick or else. Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? It sounds like that. It sounds so lame. It sounds really lame. 20%? Oh no, not a whole 20%. Prices might slightly increase. Western liberalism grounds legitimacy only in procedures and institutions. Those institutions are accountable to nothing beyond themselves. I believe you're on Truth Social. Eh? Hobo Joe. You've infiltrated the system. I'm going to get you. Enough of this. Enough of this. This raises further questions. They like, I thought there were already mines. Now they're mining it, and Trump's pissed off, and he's going to retaliate, and he's going to take out the ships that he said he had already fucking destroyed. He said the entire fucking naval force of Iran was gone. And now it's not. I don't get it. I haven't listened to this guy in a while, so just like hear me out here. All right, I want to listen to.
In my last
I want to listen
video,
to this guy. It's been days since we've got his analysis on this, and like, it's fair. Shabbos Goyim Shalom. Did I say that right? Shabbos Goyim Shalom. How are you? Welcome. Nah, you can just see Trump's posts. With all the AI slop around, I often check it out to see if it's a true post. Yeah, that's fair enough. Hey, you got to do your own cross-referencing. Even if it is drinking and shit. Fair enough. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Have you seen this guy before? We're about to watch some of his stuff. Let's get his radical Indian take on this one.
I told you about Donald Trump. In my last video, I told you about Donald Trump literally conceding defeat when he said his Iran war was almost complete. But that wasn't the real story. The real story is the circumstances that forced this deranged occupant of the White House to find a way out of this quagmire that he has allowed himself to be dragged into. Since he's the president of...
Oh, God. Indians are the worst. That's a very, very sweeping generalization there. Are you sure? Have you met them all? Have you tried their food? I'd put it to you that if you can make cuisine like that, you got it going on. IDF, Jewish circumcisers do a practice called metzizah. I don't know how to read that. Is when a mohel uses their mouth to suck blood away from the baby's circumcision. Why are you telling us this? Are you just dropping strange and gross facts here? Spanek, I like this dude. He gives the Indian propaganda straight up. No messing around. This guy reminds me of an exotic Louis Theroux. Exotic. I like the choice of language there. Razors in the house. There you go. Yo, what's up? Dirty Dumpler. I agree with left's position on Israel. Both sides should unite and take Israel for Christendom. Interesting. Are you a woman and tried to go to India on a solo trip? There's a high chance you get tied up in the forest. Won't say any more on your faith. Okay, thanks. So, like, you are a woman who has gone to India and has been tied up in the forest? Or you're speaking from some type of anecdotal evidence or stuff you consume from the media? The Israelis will say that Australia was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Yeah, could you imagine them making that claim? There'd be a few fucking Make Australia Great Again people that'd be upset with that. For the life of me, I wish I could get behind curry, but I'm white and only order palmy from everywhere I go. Come on, bro. There are so many Aussies that love curry. Come on. Seen it happen too many times? Really, you've seen it with your own eyes. That's pretty fucking crazy, man. Chat today, wild. Bro, what the fuck? And there's some strange people coming in on Twitch today. Can I just say, like, coming in with some crazy, crazy comments here. It's absolutely mental. Seriously.
The US, supposedly the most powerful country in the world. So he has to do some face saving. Hence, subsequent utterances by him and his minion Pete Hegseth on boasting about the USA's military prowess. Here's what Trump has said about intending to end his country's illegal invasion of Iran.
So we're winning very decisively. We're way ahead of schedule.
They're going on about the schedule again. Like, everyone got the fucking memo. He printed it out and sent it to all American citizens or something like that. Like, here you go. Here's the schedule of the war. Can you see? We're 3 days ahead of schedule. Like, anyone knows this and, like, it matters? Why didn't I get the fucking itinerary? I don't know what's going on, Trump. Come on. He hates other Indians because of the R word reasons. I have an Indian friend. He hates... What's the R word? The fuck's the R word?
It's our military.
Oh, grape. Right. Okay. Got it. Oh, you can't say grape. Got it. So because you have a friend and they don't like Indians for that reason. What's your point? Interesting. Okay.
Military is the greatest in the world, with the greatest equipment and the greatest people in the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Iran's a very powerful country. They were going to take over the Middle East. If we did not hit them, they were going to take over the Middle East. They had thousands and thousands since their last hit. They had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. Most are now destroyed. But they were going to take over the Middle East. Those weapons were aimed at Middle Eastern countries that had nothing to do with this. They were going to take over the Middle East, and they were going to try and destroy Israel. So we stopped it with good timing, and we're very proud to be involved in this, and it's going to be ended soon.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning.
I'm a black woman, and Indian men have been calling me the N-word in Chicago more and more over recent years. And what's your point? Like, are you upset at the entire world Indian population for this? I won't say because it would just get me banned, more likely because just from the tone of your voice, you wouldn't ever consider their culture could be like that, even though they literally are, just from the tone of my voice. Well, I'm going to ban you because of the tone of my voice. You find safety in your assumptions. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. No, I'm just questioning bullshit generalizations. You can't speak for every single person out there. And you make it sound like there's one culture in the world that has grape problems. Have you been around the world? I think it's inherently a human problem. And I think there'd be many people out there, like 50% of the world's population, that would argue that it's actually a male problem. But like, whatever. Eh? You just sound like another ignorant American. Yeah, fair enough. Well, wouldn't you be fucking surprised, eh? You'd be surprised at a lot of things. And like, how's your theory, eh? How's your theory on being banned? Have you been banned yet? Eh? Are you upset, eh? A little cry about it? Maybe you should just fuck off if you don't like the chat here. I've been in 17 countries. How many have you been in? 18. How do you like them apples? I've been to 18 countries. Eh? 33. Damn, is that true? 33, fuck. All right, let's get it out. Let's everybody get it out and measure it, because that's what this has turned into. It's a dick measuring contest now. Eh? Come on. Only 33? Bro, see the world. Man, it's just a lot of contrarians in the chat today.
So which is it, and how long should Americans be
Well, I
prepared
think
for
you
this
could
war
say
to
it
last
both.
for?
However, the Iranians do not want to end this war, and this is where Trump and his terrorist friends would find themselves in real trouble. How do you deal with a situation where, despite being the most powerful country in the world, at least on paper, you have been forced to concede defeat, but your enemy, who you said wasn't so powerful, is in no mood to end this war? What does it say about the most powerful country in the world? It says that this country is in reality a coward, and its claims of having the most powerful military in the world is a joke. Just listen to Professor Marandi, a person who was instrumental in the negotiation of the JCPOA in 2015 and is very close to the Iranian establishment. Do his words give you the impression that Iran really wants a ceasefire?
We will no longer accept the status quo. The region has to change. We will not allow the United States or the Israeli regime to be able to threaten us again. In other words,
and this is a guy that no one takes seriously because he just regurgitates Iranian state propaganda, right? Like there's no issue ever within the Western media of them, or the Western media at all, regurgitating state propaganda. Like this is the guy that people speculate on massively, I'm pretty sure.
Iranians will push this war and
please don't ban him. We want to understand what he really thinks. He seems like a small person, or he just wants to make us look angry. I don't think we've ever banned anyone. Ever. That's why I like the Great Assumption coming in here. Hey, wanting to play victim and be like, you're going to ban me. I can tell by your voice. Never happened. I didn't even do it anyway. I have mods that do it. And the mods are pretty loose on who we let come into this place, if you know what I mean. To be fair, here it comes. Here we go. Philosophy major over here, coming to play devil's advocate. To be fair to Goyam's point, you did commit false equivalence, moral equivalence, relativist flattening, and both-sidism by stating X culture is just as bad as all cultures in category Y. Oh my God, seriously. Wow. If you don't like the argumentation, it's like you don't like historical materialism, you don't have to listen to it. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it, but that doesn't prove anything. Again, just because you use fancy words and it makes you feel good and strokes your ego doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything, honestly. But like, keep doing it. Keep doing it. As long as it makes you feel good, that's the main thing. That's the one redeeming quality of this stream. Everybody walks away feeling nice. I feel as if Americans have thrown itself in the pits through mass privatization of their public assets. They have made corruption a normality, and the military overcharging fake sales, etc. are normalized. You could use historical materialism and science to prove that there are differences in cultures. No. I won't, but you can. If you think it's a useful tool, go for it. I'm questioning if they're actually a black woman. Well, like, I still don't understand what the point is, to be honest. Did you even answer that? Like, why did you even bring that up? Let's see. Did you actually answer me? Or you just ignored me? No, you just ignored. Let's see. Yeah, you didn't answer the question at all. Obviously not. You're right. Like, the chat is wild today. Absolutely wild.
Until the United States and the West recognize that attacking Iran is not an option. Not now and not ever again. So this war is not going to end anytime soon unless the other side capitulates. And even when the other side backs down, there will be changes. Iran will not accept Arab family dictatorships hosting US bases that can harm us. And they will have to pay compensation for...
Not all bots are created equal, LOL. Bro, I've never appreciated you so much, Dilemmas, as today. Like, you're right, not all bots are created equal. Far out. There's some pretty bad ones out there. Hey. Natural side effects of becoming a world famous streamer. If a theory can explain cultural differences, but you refuse to apply it, what exactly is its analytical value? What do you mean refuse to apply it? I don't want to apply it. So tell me philosophically why I am not allowed to choose. Okay? If I don't want to do something, why that is the same as refusing to use it. Again, because you're setting the terms of reference for this conversation. Why are you allowed to set all the terms of reference? And answer the question. Why did you bring up you being a black woman and being called the N-word by Indians? Why the hell did you bring that up? What's that got to do with anything? You still haven't answered that question. I think you're just a troll. That's what you are.
The slaughter and the murder that has been carried out. None of these regimes are innocent. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, none of them are innocent. All of them host US bases. All of those US bases have been used to conspire against Iran. All of them have been used to kill Iranians, murder Iranians. And not just Iranians. They've been used to kill people in Yemen. They've been used to kill people in Lebanon in a different way. So, this war...
Were you gifting subs again? You legend. Teresa, thank you very much. Thank you. You're an absolute legend. Keeping the dream alive. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jag. Keeping the dream alive.
will end with a shift in the balance of power in this region. The axis of resistance will no longer accept a hanging sword above it.
The hanging sword. Is that a reference to that knot, Gordian knot thing? I think the philosophy guy is missing the point here. If someone makes a broad, dumb statement, it isn't your job to go in depth and explain their statement to them, giving them a basic answer. No, it's not my responsibility. They're setting the terms of reference. I get to choose whether or not I respond. That's fine. Bot is just Destiny's alt account. It's fine, especially if the question is a dumb question. If someone asks me dumb shit, I'm going to give them a dumb answer. If someone asks them, are all Indians bad? There is no argument. It's just a statement. It always poses a woman to make us look bad. You know, there's a definite theme going on there. Definite. There's a definite theme going on there. Oh, look, this is impenetrable for wokies. How will they reconcile this when I say I am X plus X? Oh my God, they won't be able to reconcile this. We are in dangerous times. To save face, Trump has no choice but to escalate. This is part of Iran's plan, forcing Americans to react from a weak position that is turning critical. Hey, I know. It seems like, you know, if it seems like Iran is really doing that tactic on the US here, drawing them out. I agree with his statement that there is no innocent country, but what I disagree with is that we use our lands to strike them. They were the ones who started the attack. They were funding parties for several countries to attack us. And now they want to play the role of the victim defending themselves. So, like, I know we've talked about this already, Reza, but, like, all I get is Western propaganda on this point. And the Western propaganda is always just like, oh, they're attacking American bases. And, like, some of these bases aren't even being used. Like, I think there's bases in Kuwait that aren't being used. And they were attacked anyway. And maybe bases, I think, as you were saying, in Saudi Arabia. But, like, I don't get any confirmation outside of that from the Western media. I know I don't have any other really sources outside of that apart from the Iranians themselves. But like your argument is that not all of the bases have been actually used in this current round of military escalation. And so you don't agree with that, right? Tago, can we watch this later? Jacinta had to flee from cookers. What? Tago, hey go. What do you mean? Can you tell me what you're talking about? Can you give me a link or something so I know what you're talking about? We can definitely look at this later. Yeah, if you take their proxies into account, Iran started this fight, hands down. Hands down? Like which proxies? And like where do you draw the line and who started what? Like how far do we go back here? Like 50 years? 60 years? I won't be biased. America and Israel are the wrongdoers in this situation because they shouldn't have attacked Iran. Iran has the right to attack America and Israel, but not the Arab country. Yeah, but like all of the Arab countries though, like there are some Gulf states that are definitely supplying the Americans and allowing them to be in the conflict. But like the only arguments I've really heard are like there are certain places that really have had nothing to do with this round of conflict. Like I said, like I think there's some places like Saudi Arabia and like Kuwait, they're like, we haven't done anything. We haven't done anything in this round of conflict. The villain got away with it. Akkad Daily. What's this? What am I looking up here? I'm assuming this is a YouTube request. Well, even if they're targeting the bases, what is the justification for attacking the airport? Yeah. Airports. Like, I don't know. The hotels and the airports, all I can think of is that the way they have justified it is by saying there are American personnel there, American military personnel in hotels after they evacuated bases, CIA agents that they're tracking in hotels and airports, and they've been taking them out. But like that's the best I've got in terms of a justification. Also, they attacked Oman, which was playing the role of mediator between the US and Iran. Yeah, I know. Would said proxies exist in absence of Israel and US aggression? Yeah, that's what I want to know. I think that was Spandonk that said that. Like, which proxies and at what timeline? Like, when are we like drawing the line in the sand here? Assuming Iran even has a command structure and it's not random generals hitting the firing missile button. Well, they're doing pretty well for a random assortment of generals at the moment, right? Bro's just forgetting Europe's involvement in the Middle East, along with American influence, forgetting the coup jobs and the hit jobs, all the military campaigns, all the insurgency. That's what I'm saying. Like, where are we drawing the line here that, like, really this is Iran's fault because of their proxies? Like, at what point are we calling it? Yeah. All right, sorry. Was I supposed to be looking up something, Tagard? Supposed to be looking up this? The villain got away with it? Oh my god, this guy, Akkad Daily, the villain got away with it. Got away with what? Diversity for thee, but not for me. Do I want to know his opinion on this? Honestly, Tagard. Am I going to fucking age greatly from listening to this guy speak? He's sapping all my energy already just looking at his face. America and Israel do not have the right to change the region because it does not belong to them in the first place, and therefore they are wrong. But Iran has actually attacked Mecca before. Do you know what Mecca represents as a place of worship? And there is no American army there. Ha ha ha. Welcome to hell? Yeah, thanks. Thanks. I wonder what this is. Why is he complaining about Jacinta for? Where is Mr. Art of War? Wrong, Jacinta. Like, why? Where's Mr. Art of War? Akkad's attacking the New Zealanders, bro. What do you say about this? I hate this wanker. He's an absolute knob, this guy. But for some reason, Tagard has put us onto this. Let's see if it's worth our outrage.
Most age-old story you've ever seen. incredibly woke, progressive, globalist, literal WEF member, Jacinda Ardern, is fleeing New Zealand to go to Australia. And it's just like, well, who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted? I mean, you'll remember how much of an insane tyrant she was during COVID. Mega COVID lockdowns, like borders absolutely closed. But also the other day, she did say that free speech was a weapon to be used against the precious order that she was trying to bring into existence. And you remember that she resigned because it was all just too much. It's like, ruining a country is a bit of a tall order, isn't it? There's a lot to ask of someone. It's like to literally say, right, your job is literally to backstab the people of your country, keep driving the knife in until the entire thing is unrecognizable.
Like, what's he even talking
anyway, you
about?
remember she named it.
What is he talking about? Like, he's just sledging her and calling her a tyrant. But like, is there anything specifically that he's outraged against about Jacinda? Or is it just because she's the queen of woke? Okay, God. What are we doing, bro? LOL, I'm neutral. Both parties bow to American influence in dollars, national and labor. Hey? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, this guy, this British dude is fucking attacking your political establishment. Get in there, Mr. Art of War. She came to Australia with welcomed arms. She did a fantastic job running NZ. Like, what's this guy's problem, man? He's trying to get her kirked? Oh my God.
They're incredibly diverse New Zealand cabinet in 2020, and it's bravo, landslide win. Because remember, just like all of them, I'm running on kindness. I'm for kindness. Are you? Are you for kindness? Thank God. Because I, the right winger, was running on just rampant cruelty. I just want pain and misery and evil. No. You don't get to say you're running on kindness and then do what you've done. What you were doing, in my opinion, is running on evil, actually.
What does she do?
And kindness is in setting those boundaries.
So what does she do? She enacted horrible COVID measures, like many people or governments around the world, and she's being singled out to be the evil tyrant here. Like, is that what he's upset about? I don't get it. I do not like America and Israel, and I do not wish for them to have a say in the region and our actions because they are the last people to talk about morals and standards. But let's be honest, the goal of America and Israel is not to topple Iran. They want to drag Iran into war, to drag the entire region with it, making Israel the only power in the region. So what I'm hearing there, Razor, is kind of a slight admission there that America and Israel knew that Iran would do this. Because Iran said they would do it, and America and Israel did it anyway. So, I know you're upset that, Iran would have attacked sites that weren't really involved in this specific conflict, but, the US and Israel kind of knew that and planned on it, actually. They were banking on Iran bringing everyone else into the conflict, regardless of whether they were directly involved this time. So, the admission is kind of look, we knew that this was going to happen. The Americans knew this was going to happen. The Israelis knew this was going to happen. They did it on purpose to destabilize the region. Censored comments, if you want my explanation of what he's saying. Oh, thank you. God. Okay, getting censored, but since the 80s and the fall of the... Oh, wait, you're talking about the other thing, the proxies. Okay, since the 80s and the fall of the Shah, Iran started diversifying its military and creating proxies in other countries. It just depends whether or not you consider Hamas, Hezbollah, etc. part of Iran or not. Whether the proxies would exist or not, given Western influence, is moot. If the proxies didn't exist, then Iran would be different. Completely different, uncomparable imaginary scenario that only might have turned out better. Okay, so you're saying that they started this first back in the 80s because they started supporting proxies in other countries. But if you're going to draw it back to the 80s, why? All I'm saying is why stop there? Why not start with what the English were doing in Iran? 50 years before that. That doesn't sound right. The Americans and the British were doing in Iran 30 years before that. Well, why not draw it there? And then you can say again, oh, well, look, it was the Americans again. It's just, I was just trying to figure out like where you got this idea of it's their fault and like why, kind of why start at that timeline? You really could pick at any point now, to be honest. I still want somebody to explain what the fuck this guy's going on about. Hey, God. What's going on here, bro? Seriously. Because the structure of the Iranian government implemented in the 80s is still current. The British system isn't. What, the British system of the 50s isn't current? Yeah, but like not the same people in the political structure in Iran that were around in the 80s. Plenty of them are dead. So like, it's not the same people either. It's technically not the same people running the system. But like, let me tell you that the deep state agents of the US and the British Empire that were affecting Iran 30 years before what you're talking about cut their fucking teeth doing this shit. And so that structure is still actually there. Maybe the British Empire isn't there exactly, but the deep state structures that were involved in fucking over Iran at that point, they fucking made their name doing this stuff, especially the American deep state. Maybe MI6 were way more established at that point, but the CIA, they started to learn how to be the CIA. Yeah. Sydney, Maori capital of the world, more Maori there than any city in New Zealand, apparently. Get fucked. Is that true? That's pretty crazy. Look, there are a lot of fucking Maoris around here. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. Yeah, it's not the same people in the structure, but it's still being run the same way. England has a whole different structure. Not colonialism or land division. No way, Jose. Really? Moving to concrete hole shitty from New Zealand is insane. I am someone who doesn't flatter or be flattering. So I'll tell you that although I don't like Iran because of what it has done to my country, if we are being honest, Iran has the right to attack America and Israel. Yeah. Like, yeah, they still had power, but their structure has changed. I just like, if you're going to say, look, oh, well, it's actually their fault because this happened in the past. Like, it's just a hard thing to argue. It is. It's just difficult because there's just so much history there. Like, good luck. We don't live under the British system or the American system. We live under the capitalist system. It's the same people running the system, these same families running the system. It's expanded. Actually, let's go with that, actually. No, it is the same system, actually. It was industrial capitalism back then. It still is now. I'm going to go with that one. I'm going to use the KK defense on you there, Spandonk. I'm going to run with that one. That's a good call. I'll take that. Welcome to hell. I still don't get what this guy's whinging about. Like, get over it, bro.
I know this is difficult for you to accept, but I think that it's actually true. Anyway, she's got her diverse cabinet, and well, what did she do? Well, she opened the doors, right? She just opened them wide open to the point where it's mad, right? Now, it's important to remember that New Zealand has a landmass roughly the same as Britain, but has got about I think it had about 5 million people in it. So it's a lot of it is quite pristine, actually, when you think about it, compared to like somewhere like Europe or something like that. Anyway, so they had a gross inflow of 225,000, which is a net inflow of 115,000. Now, again, compared to Britain's migration, that doesn't sound like a lot in absolute terms, but it's not about being absolute, because Britain is 10 times the size, population-wise, of New Zealand. More than, in fact. And so if you were to multiply that by 10, that would be a net migration of roughly 1 million by comparison. In fact, over 1 million, which is what we got during the Boris wave. So you can, in fact, the Boris wave wasn't quite net 1 million. It was something net 950,000 or something like that at its peak, which, don't get me wrong, abominable, the worst we could possibly imagine. But proportionally, in New Zealand, it has been worse. And so you've got the incredibly woke progressive woman, literal WEF puppet, penetrated the
Incredibly
cabinet
woke
of New Zealand,
progressive woman.
working.
Does it sound like a superhero? That's so good. Wait, is that incredibly woke progressive woman I see? Do my eyes deceive me? She's coming right for us. Such a good superhero name. One more time. No, super villain, actually. Fucking. It's actually, watch out, ladies and gentlemen. It is incredibly woke progressive woman. She's back. She's pissed off. If anyone's moving there, we get first dibs. The wokest.
Literal WEF puppet penetrated the. You've got the incredibly woke progressive. New Zealand, it has been worse. And so you've got the incredibly woke progressive woman, literal WEF puppet, penetrated the cabinet of New Zealand, working, alongside Trudeau at the time to totally backstab New Zealanders in the same way that Trudeau.
It's so good. Yes, it's incredibly woke progressive woman, and she's coming to diversify us all. And like all these fucking MAGA people are running away scared. Oh my god, it's incredibly woke progressive woman. She's coming and she's spreading DEI. Oh my god. Oh, so good. So, are we all fans of the WEF then? Are we?
Totally backstabbed the Canadians. Canada now 1/3 immigrant, by the way, but it's worse in New Zealand. It's just worse. And this is just mental. And then you've got, of course, the net loss of 42,000 New Zealanders. Again, that's the same as about 500,000 Brits leaving each year. I mean, we have 250,000 Brits leaving each year.
Yeah.
But
and where are all those fucking New Zealanders going, huh? Hey, where are they going? They're going straight across the Tasman, and they're coming to Australia, and then they're fucking up our issues as well, because then everyone's just like, look, we got a migration crisis, a mass migration crisis, because all these fucking New Zealanders keep coming here, eh? And then we have all the Make Australia Great Again people are upset because of mass migration. You're like, look, it's because these fucking New Zealanders keep coming here. I'm telling you, people, that's the real problem here. The original problem is not Iran and any other country. The original problem is America and Israel. Therefore, as long as they interfere in our region, we will remain in wars and conflicts, because this is what is not Rail desires. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. Destabilization definitely works for their interests. Across the ditch or Dutch, eh? So good.
New Zealand has it worse. It's like, okay, Jesus Christ. That's pretty bad.
The Kiwis are keeping our football teams alive. It's so true, isn't it? It's so true. And when you say football, I'm assuming we're talking about rugby league here. Yeah, rugby league wouldn't exist if it wasn't for fucking New Zealanders, right? We'd be completely screwed. Something to think about. Why do all our current billionaires either have three things: ties to oil barons, ties to the CIA, or funded by economic elites? Everyone from Jeff to Bill Gates, all of them. Hey, I'll leave that one with you. Hey, ha! There are cousins on the deck or the dick. Yes. All right. We're in our place. We're out in place by elites. Capitalism doesn't even do the capitalism part correctly. Most elites are selected into wealth, giving contracts, etc., to bend the knee. Summed up everything that made it through and didn't make it through to chat on my Iran proxy rant. Dropped it in censored comments again. Okay. Not sure made it through the chat, so I'll drop the expansion here too. I'm not referring to just the creation of the 80s. They've been actively committing acts of war through these proxies since then. The 80s was just where it began. As for the point about England or the US having not changed, it's still capitalist. Okay, by that broad logic, Iran is capitalist, so we just shouldn't even be at war with them at all, right? We all have the same values. Come on, what about argument? Well, like, look, if the shoe fits and they're capitalists as well, like, are you actually arguing for warfare? Because, like, if you're arguing about war, then no, we shouldn't be at war with them at all. Like, what is the actual justification for war in this case? That they have proxies and so they need to be dealt with? Like, the US has proxies. And, like, some of the proxies that you're talking about are actually not proxies, really, that are funded by Iran, but they were created originally by the US and Israel. They were funded, they'd been given weapons to do various things, picked up, dropped, picked up again, dropped, claimed to be terrorists, then taken off terrorist lists, like all this sort of stuff. And so, like, you know, all I'm saying is, like, this history is so complicated and riddled. You can't really say that Iran started this, you know, back in the 80s or something like that. Or Iran started this one exclusively. I just don't know if you can make that argument, that's all. But, like, yeah, if you really are legitimately asking that question about should we be at war with them at all, then no. I don't think we should figure things out this way. Yeah, it's that they've been doing similar warfare to America, attack through proxy, and then claim it's not direct act of war. Just like the US wordplay. Yeah. Fair enough. I think New Zealand is one of the safest places if the war goes nuclear. Yeah, I've heard that. Yes, Australia, New Zealand. And, like, look at, like, in New Zealand, the South Island, like, there's all those fucking bunkers there too. All the billionaires build their bunkers there. We go hang out there. Take the stream over that way. Let's do that.
Well, isn't it? It's pretty damn bad. And it's not like it was just the immigration. There were policy positions that she took, like reversing the decade-old rule that New Zealand set in opposition to the increasingly restrictive refugee policies of allies like Australia, because basically they weren't letting in refugees from Middle Eastern and African countries. So, well, there was a reason for that. But, of course, she found them discriminatory and racist. And it's like, well, I guess they are discriminating. I guess it is discriminatory to say we're not going to take refugees from certain places and we are going to take them from others. That is a discrimination. That is, you did a discrimination. That's true. Now, however, New Zealand is 55.9% European, or people of European descent, which means people of British descent mostly. And that was in 2023. Who knows how bad it is 3 years on. But the white population of New Zealand set to become a minority by 2028. Like, that's set to happen here in about 2060. 2028. That is mental, isn't it? That is.
But the system has evolved since then too. We used to have a different military structure and the UN didn't exist. Okay, so, like, why are we talking about the past then? Let's just talk about the current conflict. And, like, this round, and that's why I always specifically say this round, because, you know, we've been here. We weren't here just like last year. Like, this round was definitely started by the US and Israel. Like, I don't think they actually even argue that they started it. Like, they use mental gymnastics and say we were preemptively striking in self-defense kind of thing. But, like, preemptively striking in self-defense means, like, they started this round of conflict. So, like, you know, if it's too difficult to kind of go back and pinpoint something, then I think we're just going to have to say, like, this time around, like, since the 28th of February, when the news came in, it was like Trump, who was just like, we've done it. We've attacked them. We've finally done it. We struck them, like, preemptively. Because Iran hasn't changed since the 80s. Has it? LOL. Lots of immigrants here, new subdivisions full of them, altering the cultural demographic of the country. come on. I'm not stuck in the past in using the current system, which begins in the 80s. LOL. Come on. Like, well, but like, what? Come on. Like, what we're describing here is it's too difficult to pinpoint anyone being responsible for anything, because like history is complicated like that. So like, let's talk about this round, which is what we're talking about. Like this round, and like this round, like they've already claimed it. Like Trump was fucking boasting about it, about him striking Iran. Like they were all posturing for ages, saber rattling, etc., etc. And then they did it, and they claimed it. They were proud of it. Nothing against migrants, just saying I've noticed. Dilemmas, can't believe you bought those. I wanted to flex on the poors. We can't pay the electricity bill, so you're just going to turn off the lights? Yes. Interesting. Can you agree with me that the Iranian government has been operating the same since the 80s? No, I can't. Like, do you want me to take it on face value as to what you're saying, that the Iranians have been operating exactly the same since the 80s? Then, like, I'm going to have to take your word for it, because I'm not an expert in Iranian government since the 80s. So, like, if that's what you're saying, I will take it on face value. That you're saying they have been operating the same since the 80s, then yeah, okay, fine. They've been operating the same since the 80s. But, like, what's that got to do with what we're talking about here? If they've been operating the same since the 80s, like, how does that prove that they started this? I still don't understand that one. No, do your own research. Oh, well, fuck, I'm not going to do it now. But, like, okay. But, like, I'm willing to take your word for it. But still, like, let's just say we take your word for it. Like, why? What does that prove at all? To be honest, I'm struggling with that one. That's all. I still don't understand what that proves.
It's just mental. What a profound stab in the back. But the thing is, it's not like it was brilliant anyway. You can see in 2018, it was just under 60%. 60% in 2013. So it's not like this hadn't been an issue. Like, it was 82% in 2001. 76% in 2006. The Maori were only 7.3%, and European and Maori mixed were 8.3%. So about, say, 15% are not like like purely European, and I suppose would consider themselves a minority. So you can see the stab in the back doesn't just affect the white Europeans in New Zealand. In the same way, the stab in the back isn't just going to affect the white Americans in America, right? I can't imagine why black people in America would be even vaguely...
So if the same rulers and the same power structure has existed since the 80s, thanks you for giving me the presumption for this hypothetical, no worries, then attacks conducted by them between the 80s and now are relevant, correct? Question mark. Yes, they are relevant. But like they're as relevant as the other historical factors. So like, yeah, are they relevant? Like, if that's what you want to hear, they're fucking relevant as fuck. But like, so are the other historical factors. They didn't become a government in the 80s with a trajectory and a plan for geopolitics and, I don't know, just general strategy in a vacuum. They did it because of the problems, the constraints, the factors that were surrounding them. So like, if they've been helping out proxies, again, they weren't doing it in a vacuum. They didn't wake up one day and was just like, all right, let's fund some proxies. Fuck yeah. You know? Well, what are the other historical factors? Like the reasons why they were supporting proxies? Because they obviously feel that it's necessary in order to advance their interests and be able to continue their existence. Unless you think they did just fund proxies for the fun of it. The sanctions imposed by the US, yeah, a lot of that stuff, like all of it, yes. So if you're willing to take into consideration that set of variables, that like, well, the government's been the same ever since, like, then like, why don't you take into consideration other variables as well? So like, yeah, okay. The government has stayed the same. Is it a factor? Yes. It's a factor. I agree.
Interested in immigration to New Zealand, and the Maoris, I understand that of course there are going to be some in favour, but I understand there are also some against, saying, well, hang on a second, we weren't happy with you being here, why the fuck are you letting all these Asians come here? In 2023, 15.7% were Asian, 5.5% were from the Pacific, and Indians were the third largest ethnic group at 5.8%, then 5.6% Chinese, etc., 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 right? And this isn't evenly spread either, but anyway, it's not really something, you would think the Maoris would be like, yeah, we don't want that either, because the Maoris and the Europeans, the British, had a settlement on the islands, right? They at least knew how they were supposed to be with one another, but why would these new foreigners give a damn what the Maoris think? We're not your colonial overlords, we're a minority here too. And when the Europeans become a minority, the British become a minority there, well, all I'm saying is I'm not sure you're going to get all that favourable treatment. And you may find yourself begging for the Brits to be the majority again. But anyway, so Jacinda...
Okay, so that's what it's all about. So once they take over, then they're not going to be as nice to you as white people were, or British colonializers were. So, like, you know, better the devil you know. That's the position on this one. Fair enough. So you're saying they've done nothing to provoke violence isn't exactly 100% accurate. It's in a vacuum of this conflict only. No, I didn't think that was the point. The point was who started this round of conflict. And again, they were posturing for a while, and this round, because like you could just argue that this has been going on forever, ever since people came into this region that were outside of this region. And this is just an ongoing conflict that's been going forever. Like, let's just argue that then. There's an ongoing conflict ever since, like, the British first came into this region. Let's just go with that one. But if you're going to talk about like stages and different milestones, this particular one, the Americans took credit for it. Like, Israel took credit for it. Like, I didn't even know that this was a point of contention. They were happy that they struck them this time around. And they did it in the middle of negotiations. They were celebrating it. They've actually claimed that they started it. Like, they say, they rationalize it by saying it was preemptive, but like, they're actually taking responsibility for it. I didn't know that this was a point of contention. But like, yeah, is it all related? Like, is Iran somehow responsible for warranting a preemptive strike? Yeah, you could argue that easily. Oh, this round, if you want to define it by this month or year, then US started. Well, like this round, yes, from the 28th of February, when Trump got up and was like, we've done it, we've struck Iran. Oh yeah, sorry, no, I agree. I thought we were talking about the bigger picture. Yeah, no. Okay, that's fine. Like, I like this round, like, honestly, I'm pretty sure, because somebody had said it in the chat, and I'm pretty sure we're talking about this round, like from the 28th of February onwards. Did you hear Queensland has banned the phrases from the river to the sea and globalized the enchilada? Yes, we heard. 2 years prison. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I got very high last night. I did my rendition of BB telling Trump that Iran's gonna get him. Gonna get him. Interesting stuff you do when you get high, let me just say. All right, I've had enough with this guy, Akkad. I get his call here. He's worried about the takeover. The migrants come in, they take over. You know, it's going to be horrible because we just don't know what they're going to do. They could treat everyone much worse than like the British majority population that exists there at the moment. And so he's concerned about that and the erasure of white culture or European culture, Western culture, I guess, around the world. He's upset about that. But like, I don't know. Oh, yeah, this 100% is not real. Yeah. Well, do you remember Marco Rubio got in trouble for saying, oh, Israel were going to strike, so we thought we'd strike first or strike with them so they didn't get all the fun. And then Trump was like, no, I didn't do it because Israel's doing it. I do it because Trump does it because I'm in charge. Got upset with that. The history of white takeover would like to have a word with this guy. Eh? Ha. Yeah. Well, that's the main like kind of his like paradox in all of this type of paranoia. It's just like, well, you know why the British are in New Zealand, right? Right? Like, why are we even talking about this in the first place? Like, you know why the British are in Australia, right? You know why the British were in the US, right? Right? Eh? It's a little bit paradoxical, like now complaining that you're kind of being, taken over. Am I right? Am I right? Hey, I'll leave that one with you. All right, we're going to have a quick break. Then we will be back. Don't go anywhere unless you have to. And if you haven't already, hit the like button. And yeah, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh, yeah. I knew this would piss you off. This guy does piss me off. Like, I don't even have to listen to him. Just look at that. Look at that face. Eh? Does he look like he just exists to rage bait people? Like, honestly. All right. We'll be back. All right. Where are we at? Where are we at? Typical left wokey. What was the name that this guy used as well? She's a woman. I can't remember what it was. It was her superhero name. Incredibly woke and some progressive woman. That was it. What a superhero name. Hello, incredibly woke progressive woman. Can you save us from the right wing, from the far right? Hey, we have far right bots in the channel, and we need to get rid of them. Maybe we should do this guy for a fucking far right Friday. Where would you start though? I'm sure he's done some, yeah, insanely woke progressive woman. It's such a good superhero name. So good. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. I wanted to cover this quickly. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but like this is for me and 4AS if he's still listening to this. Bro, 4AS, it happened, man. It happened. They voted in the rapper. The Nepalese did it. That was what the Gen Z revolution was for, man. It was just to bring in a rapper, make him the new prime minister of Nepal. So good. They finally did it, baby. They got in the rapping prime minister. He's the winner of the election. So if you're not sure, just really quickly, like last year we were covering quite extensively, actually. We spent a bit of time on it, but we were looking at, it was September last year when all those Gen Z revolutions and stuff was happening. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, he's here, man. He's fucking cool as well. This guy's fucking cool as. Yeah, I was following this. Yes, so they had the Gen Z revolutions that were taking the world by storm. So yeah, with the pirate flag from what's the anime? What is it called? I can't remember. But anyway, it's the pirate flag guy and the skull with the straw hat and stuff. That stuff started taking off across the world. Then there was a Gen Z kind of revolution in Nepal, and they basically overthrew their government. They stormed Parliament House. They burnt it to the ground. There was clashes with police. They were like I think 30-40 people died. Police officers too. But like police officers were like popping people in the streets, just like shooting protesters. But it was all like largely a youth movement thing, and a lot of it had to do with social media. So what was happening last year, depending on who you speak to, what happened earlier in 2025, the government started cracking down on social media and asking social media to register within the country. And like American corporations refused to register. And so there was like general sentiment in the population that like Nepalese youth had no prospects. Like there was really high unemployment. Inflation was a problem. And so like most Nepalese youth have to go off and go find jobs elsewhere. So the economy was horrible, but they were threatening like social media bans for like American social media platforms if they didn't register. And so like the youth saw that kind of as an attack on them and like Gen Z and stuff like that. And like they're trying to ban social media and they're trying to censor the population. And so like they got pretty upset and like they called it kind of a Discord-esque revolution, because like people were organizing themselves in Discord chats and groups and stuff, and then, you know, kind of went out into the streets and like, yeah, overthrew a government. And like they got people as well. Like they were burning down the houses of like politicians, and like, you know, some of the politicians' family was still inside and they burnt them alive, or like they severely injured these people. And so like it was pretty crazy scenes. But like in the aftermath of that, they put this woman in charge. She was kind of like this elderly woman who had been on the board of like anti-corruption task forces, I guess you would say, in Nepal. And so like she had good public opinion because Nepal seems to have a lot of an issue with corruption at the higher levels, or like just riddled throughout potentially Nepalese society. And so like she was like this really well-respected anti-corruption watchdog kind of woman, and like she got put in as caretaker of the interim government. And they finally had the elections, like 6 months on, and they finally had the elections, and here we go. One of the people that was really instrumental for Gen Z, in like the whole protest situation was this guy. He has like been speaking a lot through his rap music and all that sort of stuff, through his just political affiliations generally. He's been speaking a lot about like, the problems facing Nepalese society and the Nepalese economy. And so like he was a mayor, and like people were kind of saying, oh, he's going to run for prime minister as well. But like no one actually thought at the time when we were speaking to people, they were like, is he actually going to get in? Because like he's not affiliated with an actual party. He's like an independent. And I guess we'll find out how he actually got in to power. But like people were kind of a bit dismissive because he's not really got any political affiliation apart from his name recognition because he's a rapper and he was a mayor in Kathmandu, I'm pretty sure. And so like he's popular already, but like should he be the prime minister? Is he going to be effective basically as a prime minister? But like it looks like Gen Z has voted and they don't give a shit. Bring on the rapper prime minister. That's how we should be choosing our politicians from now on. So let's have a look at this situation. His wife was injured and she was stripped and beaten on the street. Finance minister. Yes. Yeah, One Piece. Thank you. That's the one. That's the one. Gen Z's get on like a house on fire, which is also how they sway elections. Yeah, Dilemma's savage. There it is. All right, let's have a listen.
What do we know about the man who is set to become Nepal's next prime minister? Well, for starters, he won't talk to us. We did try though.
Balin, BBC News! BBC News! Why did you choose Japa 5?
We didn't take it too personally though. Balin is known to mostly avoid the press. He did this when he was mayor of Kathmandu for 3 years, and he mostly avoided the press again when he was on the campaign trail. He's 35 years old, and he ran as a candidate for the Rastriya Swatantra Party, the RSP. Now, before he became a politician, he was actually a rapper. His songs would criticize those in power for things like alleged corruption.
Snoop Dogg could win US president at this point? For sure. As if that guy doesn't have notoriety enough to get the electorate out, and to get the voters out. For sure.
Which was something that really enraged people in Nepal. One of the main reasons that Gen Z protesters ended up overthrowing the government back in September. As a politician, he became mayor for 3 years of Kathmandu. That was already somewhat of an upset, and he resigned that post to be able to...
Has Albo ever got a song in the top 100? Vote One Nation, endorsed by Gen Z, LOL. Hey, I'll tell you who has got songs in the top 100, or could have, before it was taken down by Apple, and the iTunes charts. It was that Holly Valance remix that was in Super Progressive movie. That was going to be #1 in Australia, and they fucking got rid of it. They could have had a hit song. I pay money to see Snoop Crib walk down the escalator. I finally managed to find a copy of Super Progressive movie. My God. Chef's Kiss. Oh, you've watched it? Interesting. I've heard it's funny, but like it just drags on. Top 100 of iTunes purchase charts with 3 purchases. Hey, it's a record.
Now run in the constituency of Japa 5. Now he's known for his trademark black sunglasses, for jumping into his own car and driving it when he was leaving his rallies. And he chose to run in the same constituency as the former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. And that's significant because that's the Prime Minister who was ousted in September. And Balin said that he wanted to take the fight directly to him and represent the voice of Gen Z voters. Balin himself.
I physically recorded the thought of watching it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, you're lucky there's copyright issues because I would have made everyone watch it for a fucking Far Right Fridays. And as is, take it as a I don't know, a threat, if you will. But like I definitely would have done it. But the puns are gold. They're just non-stop. Yeah. I have heard.
is essentially the polar opposite of those who've been in power in the past here in Nepal. Veteran, heavyweight politicians, older, familiar faces who have essentially bargained their way into coalition governments. This election would have never happened if it weren't for the Gen Z protests in September. TikTok, social media is really popular here in Nepal, and that's where a lot of people were venting their frustrations about things like alleged corruption. And so when KP Sharma Oli, the former prime minister, announced a ban on social media citing national security concerns, this enraged Gen Z Nepalis who then took to the streets and protested. Those morphed into a full-blown anti-corruption movement, and also mixed into that was a lot of frustration about the lack of opportunities here, the lack of jobs for people in Nepal, something that people here as we've traveled the country just keep talking about. They eventually overthrew KP Sharma Oli, and it triggered this election 5 months later that's delivered an absolutely historic result for people here. But you may notice that while it's busy around me, we haven't seen any big celebrations, any big rallies or parades, and that's because the RSP, who are set to win by a historic landslide, they have requested that this be a quiet victory, a more solemn moment in remembrance of the 77 people who died during those protests. Now, there was a certain generational divide here because the election was somewhat of a battle between the new faces in politics versus the veteran politicians that have governed Nepal for decades. Gen Z voters we spoke to as we traveled Nepal certainly saw it that way, and they said that they wanted their voices to be heard and new people whom they felt really represented them, like Balan, to take charge.
Wish him good luck. Thank you. We love you, Balan. Okay, bye-bye.
There were, of course, others who were very loyal to the former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli, whom we met, people loyal to the parties that have ruled Nepal for 3 decades now. And they said that just because something is new doesn't mean it's good, that they valued the experience and felt that someone like KP Sharma Oli should be able to finish what he started. But when you look at the results, it's clear that a new political era has begun in Nepal. So what's in Balan and the next government's inbox? Well, for one, he promised to hold an investigation into alleged corruption dating all the way back to the 90s. There'll also be the results of an investigation into the protests themselves. Remember, 77 people died. People here in Nepal want to know exactly how that happened. And then finally, one thing that just keeps coming up as we've traveled through Nepal is the fact that people want jobs. Youth unemployment is at about 20% here in Nepal. That's among the highest in South Asia.
I think that's a fair point. Like a lot of the discussion that we've had with people as well. Like, again, me and Forrest did a podcast with a couple of Nepalese dudes around this time last year. And we're going to have another follow-up after this election just to see how things are going. So keep your eye out for that. But like, a lot of it seemed to be about job prospects. Like these guys had already been protesting before this whole like Gen Z revolution happened. Like they're originally protesting about jobs. Like I think there was like 25% unemployment in the country, 25%, and it was like specifically affecting like the youth population. Like I guess older generations already settled to the economy, got jobs, got work, but like the youth had just no prospects. And so like the lion's share of the people that are 25% unemployment are just Gen Zers, and they were pissed off. And then it turned violent, the protests. I think there was a little bit of a scuffle with police and all that sort of stuff. And then it went like, it super turbocharged from there. And like, if you listen to someone like Brian from the New Atlas, like it wasn't just random either. There were organizations like the NED, so the National Endowment for Democracy, an American funding source, let's say a soft power in the region, in Nepal specifically, had been like kind of training opposition groups. And so then all of a sudden the point of like, oh, these people protesting about not having work, good working class basis for some type of civil movement in a society like this was co-opted by people being upset about corruption all of a sudden. And so like the main theme started being turned to the corruption of the government as opposed to like working people in Nepal. The upcoming working population in Nepal being worried about the state of the economy, and then it just became about like blaming politicians for being corrupt. But like it started about employment, working class issues, like people were worried about not having work, but like still wanting to stay in the country and not having to, you know, sell themselves overseas just to survive. They wanted to be able to sell themselves in Nepal and be with family and friends instead. But then it ended up being all about corruption, and then that's when it got violent, and like they overthrew the government basically. So like it's important what she's saying. That it started, honestly started with kids who are like, we want work. Can we just have work here, please? Can we just not get the economy back on track? Can we try that? Can we try that?
Asia, and the RSP have promised to grow the economy. Critics argue some of those expectations and those goals are slightly unrealistic.
All right. I got another take. I'm not going to spend too long on this. I just wanted to catch up on, see how things are going here. One more.
Well, general elections held in Nepal over the weekend are set to deliver what's akin to a political earthquake for the Himalayan nation. The final results are yet to come in, but the count so far is indicating.
So we need more rich people to hire Sherpas to climb Mount Everest. That's capitalism, baby. Yes, that's the story here. We need more rich people going on holidays and wanting to climb Mount Everest. Come on, man. The people need jobs. Stupid rich people. What are they doing instead?
A landslide win for the party led by Balendra Shah, a rapper who became the mayor of Kathmandu. And his Rashtriya Swatantra Party, or National Independent Party, was only formed less than 4 years ago. So is this a new era for Nepal? Well, let's bring in Nepali author and analyst Sanjay Upadhyay. Sanjay, good to have you with us today. Now, from all counts, the RSP is probably going to get a 2/3 majority. How would you describe the scale of this result, from a historical perspective?
Yes, it is. We can call it, unprecedented in a way because no.
I did not expect that voice coming from this dude here. He looks more burly than that. I thought it was going to be a deeper voice. I don't know why. That struck me.
We can call it, unprecedented in a way because no government in the past, I think barring one that later had a 2/3 majority, has won a mandate of this scale. Nepal was plagued by unstable coalitions and revolving door prime ministers for long, which was a cause of public frustration. And I think that frustration kind of came out in the elections where the people finally said enough is enough, and they just handed a massive mandate to the new party.
So with this mandate, will this necessarily...
Too many elites hiding in bunkers rather than climbing mountains? Yeah, like, come on. Useless pricks. These guys need some work.
Usher in a new era, because the outcome of this election, as you mentioned, was born out of last year's, so-called...
Let's get him singing some choir music. That sweet, sweet tenor. Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Gen Z protests.
Yes. The expectations are high. Public expectations are high. People want immediate action.
That's voiceism, eh? Pretty disrespectful. Have you considered the social economic situation of his voice? No, if I'm honest, no, I haven't. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely didn't consider that, to be fair.
Action. And I think one of the areas where the population wants firm action and prompt action is corruption. They want the government to investigate allegations of corruptions in the past and just punish the culprits and start the new phase of politics in that way.
Look, it's a big issue, I think. Like, I remember speaking to someone from Nepal, an acquaintance, and they were telling me a story about how they got into a car accident when they were over there. They drove into the back of someone, and the police rocked up, and the person that was driving the car, and who was with them, knew the police kind of chief in this part of Nepal that they were in. And so they were definitely at fault, and they had injured someone. I think the person in the car in front of them was pretty fucked up, actually. And so the police rocked up and were like, you know, I think they were going to take them and like charge them because of how much like damage they did to the vehicle in front. And it's not funny, but like, and so like the guy was just like, oh, I know such and such, the police chief. And they were like, oh, really? Okay, you can go. And so they just let them go. And the cops walked, the worst part, the cops walked to the car behind them because it was a bit of a bank up and charged them and were like, and took them to the police station kind of thing to charge them for running into the back of the other person. So like the corruption, I think a lot of the people like you hear, they talk about corruption at like the governmental level, the corrupt politicians who are, you know, stealing from the public purse and doing some pretty crazy stuff. But I think the corruption that people are experiencing in Nepal comes at all levels. But like, you know, it's what a fucking situation. Could you imagine being in an accident and like the cops rock up and you know them, you're on good terms with them, and then like the two people behind you get done and get taken to prison or get charged with your offense, and like that's just a normal everyday occurrence over there. Like it must be it's a very alien situation, I think, for Australians. I don't know, I can't speak for other countries, but like that type of corruption, we just don't have that type of stuff here. It's not overt anyway, let's just say. 56 years ago, my voice box was colonized and it still hasn't recovered.
So let's go to, you know, Balendra Shah, likely to be the next prime minister, the rapper, the mayor of Kathmandu. What are your expectations of him as Nepal's new leader, judging from his time as the mayor of the Nepali capital?
Yeah, and that's just traffic, but that's how like it affects, I guess, yeah, the average person, like directly. Like imagine being in that car behind and getting charged with that. You're like, I didn't do anything, I swear. I was just sitting in traffic. I was just sitting there. Yeah, that's fucked. That is fucked up, that system.
Yes, Balin Shah as mayor won very, very much popular support for his record.
How cops just drop him off without shoes.
In cleaning up the city, organizing civic affairs. But he was also a subject of controversy for sometimes his hard-handed approach to city, vendors and the way he...
Well, I'm just waiting for a mate. That was the classic, isn't it? Classic stuff.
Went around demolishing these illegal sites and everything. But I think he is seen as a man of action, a man of his word, and the people expect him to really act on whatever campaign promises they had made to the people before the election. And he is somebody who is a no-nonsense guy, I would say. He has in the past made comments and decisions that have impinged on Nepal's foreign policy too, which it was not in his remit. But I think he has matured also over the past year since he approached this national limelight, national political career. So I think he is well equipped to handle Nepal's crisis and its opportunities in the months and years ahead.
Yes, and he's almost got free rein in a way, because he's got this, expected to have this massive 2/3 majority at the very least. So his government will and can dominate the legislative, agenda once he's sworn in. Are you expecting any major changes, at least in this term of government, however long it lasts?
I think he will have to come up with the mandate comes a heavy responsibility. I mean, it depends on the kind of cabinet he's going to create, the kind of policies he's going to bring, and public patience being what it is in Nepal, as elsewhere, it's going to be a challenge for him to act sooner rather than later, so that the public expectations and the public euphoria doesn't dissipate.
Yes. And do you think, you alluded to corruption earlier. Will this be his top issue, to ensure that this so-called Nepo kids saga doesn't come back?
Yes, I think he is aware of the public expectation in that regard, because that was one of the things that fueled the Gen Z protest, out of which this election came about, and now his mandate. So he is aware of the very high expectations he has confronted, and he will, I believe, address some of those concerns and expectations in his very early days of, government.
Yes. So, Sanjay, the old cliche, out with the old, in with the new. Speaking of the old, there, the figures like the former PM, the ousted PM, KP Sharma Oli, Prachanda from the grand old parties, the Nepali Congress, the various communist parties, they contested this election as well. What do you expect from them? Do you believe that they will still have a hand in politics? Do they believe that they could mount a challenge in the future?
I think they do, because they have control of the upper house of parliament, which is required for a lot of far-reaching agendas of any government. And then he will have to contend with the street power of the old parties. They're still very well organized, and they will, after a period, start to assert themselves on the streets, if not entirely in the parliament.
Yes. And just finally, is it too early to talk about foreign policy? I mean, how might Balendra Shah...
Nepal looks sick as so dope. Well, you know what? They love tourists, apparently. That's what I kept getting told by people that when we were talking to different people, they were like, look, the economy, they don't look at this Gen Z protest stuff and decide not to come to Nepal. We love tourists. We want people to come here. So if you're ever thinking about going on holidays and you're worried about it, or you're wondering, you want to check out Nepal, the people are like, please come. It's bloody Game of Thrones Nepal edition. Yeah, by the sounds of it. And they've protest voted hard, and they've kicked out the old establishment massively. Passes around Greek almond shortbread with a cuppa for the after party. All right.
I suppose engage, the two big giants sandwiched between Nepal there, China and India.
Yes, they have been calling for a kind of foreign policy based on Nepal's national interest, basically, and then they would have equal distance between, or proximity between India.
Oh my God, rich tourists. He'd like to climb mountains. All right, we got it.
And China, and then also develop Nepal's other relationships, say with the United States, Western European countries, and that way make a balanced foreign policy approach that would help Nepal and the Nepalese.
Okay, Sanjay Upadhyay, really good to get your analysis and sharing your thoughts with us on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Girish.
Okay, so he won his party, his independent party, I guess. Yeah, they've got a majority in the lower house. So the rapper is taking the country by storm. Let's see how it plays out. That's pretty much the long and the short of it. Yeah, I don't hear anything else special happening there. Very interesting. All right, thank you for indulging me. Just wanted to see what's happening in Nepal. Now, we're going to take a completely different turn today. And there's something that I wanted to watch for a little bit now, and I thought I might as well just watch it with all of you. So there's a guy called Chris Hedges, He writes a lot of books. Seminal lefty snowflake, I guess you would say. Massively anti massively pro-Palestine, let's say, and Palestine liberation and all that sort of stuff. And like, he doesn't normally do stuff like this. Have you seen this, Tagard? Yeah, he's Chris Hedges. And so like, I think he went over to Italy like at the height of all of the protests, I guess you would say, that were happening at the end of last year, towards the end of last year, the height of the anti-genocide protests that were happening, and when people like Greta and all that were on their flotillas going over to break the blockade that Israel had in Palestine, especially Gaza. And like, the Italians were instrumental in kind of a protest movement against Israel and its war crimes in Palestine. And so this is like, this instrumental kind of Italian protest movement was completely on the back of, or like set up by, I guess you would say, by the workers, the Italian dock workers, their unions over there. So they're very unionized, it would seem, the Italian dock workers, and they were very important in protesting against what Israel was doing. So he seems to have gone over at this time, Chris Hedges that is, and spent a bit of time over there and documenting that experience. And hedge, daddy, all right, time to hedge those bets. Now, the reason that I want to watch this is like, because people often talk about like, oh, what is it that we can realistically do? In the face of, the Epstein class that's plunging the world into economic chaos at the moment to feed the interests of, I don't know, the American empire and Israeli dominance in the Middle East. Like, people are always asking the question, like, what is it that we can do as individuals? And you have all those throwaway lines and stuff, and Italians know the danger of fascists, Italian dock workers, aka mafia. Well, like, you're not kind of too far off there with those claims. But like, I think what happens is, traditionally and for a long time, a lot of Israel's stuff that comes through, like weapons specifically, like stuff that gets through to Israel, all comes through Italian docks, basically. And so Italy knows, and the Italian dock workers know, that most of the stuff that they have that comes through Europe towards Israel and supplies Israel all comes through their hands. And so they actually have a lot of power by shutting down, striking, and saying they're not going to do any more work until the companies that control the docks or are doing business there stop servicing Israel. And so like, they have a bit of power. And so like, people often ask him the question, like, what can you do as individuals? And like, they ask this question generally of, I think, like political figures, activists, and they're like, well, what can we do? And like, he says things like, which is generic, but like, he'll say like things, organize, get out on the streets, organize, be an activist, because that's the only way to resist power. As a collection of people, you can't just be an individual. They won't listen to you. But if you can rally enough people behind you and get on the streets and make it hard for these people to do what they're doing, like these Italian dock workers are literally stopping the ports to stop things from getting to Israel. Like, he's like, that's how you can make a difference. That's how you can stand up to the powers that be, because they generally, like, if you get violent, if you fight them, they have armed forces, militarized police forces that can deal with that. But if you hit them economically and you organize and make life hard for them, they don't like that shit. They hate that shit. So he's documented his experience in Italy. And I've wanted to watch this for a while, but I just haven't had a chance yet. And like, I'm watching this because he said it's a case study in how do you resist the powers that be. And this works for everyone. And like, if you're on the hard left or the hard right, like whatever end of the political spectrum you see yourself in. Let's just say if you're a working person, you're a commoner, a pleb, like you and me, like this is what you do. If you really want to fight against the machine, like you have to organize and resist. You have to be a thorn in their side. You have to make life harder for them. And so like, let's see what his document of this experience is like. New Friendly Geordies is up. Need to dip out to watch. Looks like a classic Geordies roast. Good luck, have fun. All right, let us do this.
I'm in Nice, France. I'm waiting for the Special Rapporteur on Palestine, Francesca Albanese, who's arriving from Tunis. And then we're going to drive from Nice to Geneva in Italy. Tomorrow are huge protests led by the dock workers in Geneva to not only call for an end to the genocide in Gaza, they're calling on all dock workers, not just in Italy, to block the loading of weapons onto ships that are destined for Israel. And then we're going on to Rome, which also has a huge demonstration calling for the end of the genocide.
Hard not to roast Little Proud. That's what it's about, is it? Poor Little Proud.
Lanciato dai lavoratori portuali del CALF, la mobilitazione più grande e più importante degli ultimi 20 anni.
When I was on the flotilla and saw the videos from the striking dock workers, I cried.
Here in Genoa we stopped 3 vessels and then it was very popular. And a lot of people say that's good.
The idea is to bring together workers, intellectuals, media, students, and have this ricostruzione or rebuild moment.
There have been protests before, as in other parts of Europe, but this one is different. At the center of it is calling for this kind of direct action.
The only way out of this is to reclaim power, which is why I'm here supporting the striking workers in Italy.
Scioperi, occupazioni, blocchi sono gli strumenti che dobbiamo continuare a utilizzare per rompere gli accordi commerciali con tutto l'apparato bellico, per smettere di riempire le tasche dei signori della guerra con il frutto del nostro lavoro e dei nostri studi.
The fact that we are able to justify a genocide that is live streamed is just so violent that we also feel threatened. From an Italian perspective, like Palestine is actually unified.
She's cool. The real Albo. I kind of feel like, you know, like making fun of someone who can't help it.
Liberating us.
I feel so wrong, you know, like making fun of someone who can't help it.
I brought a camera crew here, not only so that people can see what's happening on the streets, but hear the voices of some of the leading figures, Greta Thunberg, Francesca, of course, Yanis Varoufakis, and others who can put all of this in context.
Qualified by the manner in which the genocide has been integrated in the everyday fabric of life.
Oh, she's cool, not Greta. You mean Francesca Albanese. The real Alba. She's the real Albanese. Okay, yeah. Because, like, she got put under sanctions by the US because they didn't like her reporting, right? And so they sanctioned her as an individual. She's under attack.
And when is Yannis already there?
Yes.
So everyone will be at the dinner.
I'm so it feels. I mean, it feels so nice. Also, like it's like a wedding, but it's also like a funeral. It's just. And you know, I've never met, for example, Yannis. I've never met him in person.
I haven't either. I've interviewed him, so I mean, we've talked. You know, like me and you.
People are complaining about this huge shift toward rearmament at the expense of health. Education, culture.
She's got more balls than our Alba. She definitely got balls. If the fascists hate you, then you're probably doing something right, eh?
The idea is to bring together these pieces of
Just got back in time. Love this gremlin. Which gremlin? There's a few different gremlins on the screen at the moment. You'd have to specify, please.
society join the protests, workers, intellectuals, media, students, and have this ricostruzione or rebuild moment. Because I've been connected to two different things. Those who call the strike, the workers, the dock workers, and then others, the intellectuals.
It's the night before the dock workers are about to go on strike to protest.
Albanese, the only one worse than ours? What do you not like about Albanese? Exactly. Is there something that she's done specifically? You're just not a big fan of her work, I guess.
The genocide in Gaza. This is just a reception for the organizers and speakers at the dock workers strike, which will take place tomorrow. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, we'll go to Rome, where they're having a giant march to protest the genocide in support of Palestine.
La politica occidentale in questo momento è più che servile nei confronti di quello che fanno e dicono gli Stati Uniti, e la stampa sempre a tappeto hanno fatto credere alla gente che ci sia veramente una tregua, ma sono morti 300 palestinesi solo a Gaza da quando è stata dichiarata la tregua, perché Israele continua a bombardare. How many kids can you slaughter? How many kids can you slaughter in 2025 before the world realizes that you're a bunch of criminals? If it's happening in Italy, and I love Italy, it can happen anywhere. But Italians are good in the sense that
She's a hypocrite. She has zero value. She stands by it's all career pushing BS. Like, do you have any examples exactly? Like, you don't think she stands for anything? Yeah, right. And where'd you get this, like, this call from? Like, you follow her work, or you've heard people talk about her, I guess?
Sweden, no. Okay, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, have you been to the Arab world recently, with all due respect?
Have you been to Sweden?
Yes, 2 years ago.
There is trust in the government in Sweden, unfortunately. That's the issue.
People are
There's a lot of
comfortable.
trust in
I understand.
Sweden and Scandinavia is suffering from this false, weird, like false 50 years outdated narrative of like being a socialist paradise welfare state, and it's not true anymore. We have extreme inequality and now extremely racist and fascist rhetoric, and but we're still stuck in this false picture of us, which is so outdated. But that sort of makes us trust the state so much, and like when we have a problem, we just vote, and then the state fixes the problems, and it's not. It wasn't really true then, but it's much less true now.
So we met before, but the camera wasn't there. So Giannis and I.
Oh yeah, I'll dig in post. I followed her work in the UN for a long time. She flip-flops, does whatever is convenient for her current narrative. Okay. But I'll find examples before I start another rant. No, fair enough. I was just wondering how you formulated that position, whether you've where you've heard people talking about, or you've heard her talking and you don't like what she says, etc., etc., etc.
Are going to recreate our meeting because we've talked by screens. We've never met in person, just like Zhukov did when the Red Army surrounded Von Paulus and the German Sixth Army in Stalingrad. Since there weren't any cameras there, they had to recreate the joining of the two Soviet branches.
Maybe the Soviet one.
Okay.
Okay.
You're the American. No. We're both two branches of the Soviets.
Two branches of the Soviets.
You can be Zhukov.
Okay. Okay, I'll go with that.
All right. Okay.
As long as I'm not Beria. It's quite apt.
It's quite apt, yes, to have the background full of Coca-Cola. I think so.
I drink quite a bit of it, by the way. From where I'm standing, I'm horrified by the manner in which the genocide has been integrated in the everyday fabric of life everywhere. I was talking to someone whose name...
Bloody nerds. I love it. I know, right? It's so fucking nerdy what they're doing, seriously.
Who works for Palantir. I said, because you know against
when you bomb a population so intensely, they do a lot of things. So they run around. I said, okay, why are you so enthusiastic? And they run around, but the phone, they pick up their dead, they create a lot of data. And with that data, because we have full access to it, we went Palantir through AWS, Amazon Web Services, the servers and the cloud capital on which it lives. We train our algorithms and we are selling them to the British National Health Service for managing hospital emergencies. I said, what? He said, look, when ambulances come, let's say it's a big accident in Birmingham, in Britain, right? There's panic in the hospital. So the logistics and the software for managing that, we train in Gaza. We used to say, if Palestine is not free, we're not going to be free.
Right.
Now I start feeling it. This is no longer a struggle. Because when Palantir, Amazon, Google.
Pretty crazy. Like, I think we've run into him talking about this before on a stream. But like what he's talking about, if you're not across what he's saying, like he's talking about Palantir profiting off the war in Gaza, in the sense that like when a strike hits and they're watching all of these people, so they have very sophisticated surveillance technology, and like, yeah, the way that they were able to locate, triangulate, watch people in Gaza was pretty fucking intense, to be honest. But like a strike hits and then everybody starts like running around frantically because they're in a panic, and they do this next and they do that, and they go find loved ones and they call people and they run in this direction for cover. Like basically they've been collecting all the data on how humans respond in certain situations given the technology that they have. And so like Palantir can use that information to train its algorithms, to train its machine learning, its systems, which it then sells onto other countries, which might use that same understanding of how humans react in emergency situations to help them have make their health services better, make their ambulance response times better, etc., etc., etc. So his argument, and I've heard him say this or articulate this in a number of ways now, but his argument is like this: there's this rhetoric that's been around for a while about Palestine, for pro-Palestine movements, where it's just like, if there's no freedom for the Palestinians, then no one is free anywhere on earth until they're free. And like generally this idea of no one's free unless everyone is free, or that sort of empty activist rhetoric. And he's like, well, like it kind of means something now. Like they're using this technology and they're experimenting on live human subjects, testing technology and honing their technology for surveillance purposes in places like Gaza. And so it's like, it's actual real world experimentation on humans. And like that sort of stuff is like, it's an ethics minefield. Like you can't get away with this stuff in like a university or some research center, but like you can if it's a battle zone. And so like Palantir has perfected its technology, and it's not the only it's not the only corporation doing stuff like this, but Palantir has perfected their technology, and then they go and profit off it in other places, and they take that technology back to the West, the imperial core, and they make money in America and England and in the West generally. And so like, and they're using that as part of their technology. It might benefit you in a health sense, but it might surveil you in another sense when it comes to predictive policing, let's say. So like they test this stuff out on real people living through a genocide, and then they'll turn that technology on you one day. And it's pretty scary stuff, if you ask me. Dystopian corporate warlords, they're profiting off misery and destruction.
The companies that are running our governments, our lives, our navigation, when they see the genocide as part of their business model, it's no longer just, Lockheed Martin benefiting from selling a few F-35s. No, this is integrated in the National Health Service of Britain. So We need to demonstrate. And when you have dock workers demonstrating in general for Palestine, this is, I think, symbolically crucial for bringing the two things together.
The ability from AI and monitoring systems to monitor in great detail what's happening on the ground during the genocide, to find out how societies in great distress or when societies break down, how they react, and then selling that information, which is what Giannis was saying, selling that information they're selling it to I think the British Health Service, so that they will see how they would have to respond in a similar situation. This is why the genocide has resonated in the Global South, where people understand, and also in the Global South, they have experienced historically their own genocides, and they understand that this is a message. So, all of the mechanisms that keep Palestinians under control, the biometrics and constant monitoring and AI and all that is already even the sensors in the ground, everything. It's already being used on the border with Mexico. It's already being used in places like Lesbos, in Greece, in order to control, track, and detain migrants who are attempting to enter Europe as the climate disintegrates.
Why is AI surveillance technology similar to what was being used to surveil people in Gaza being used in Lesbos in Greece? Is this something to do with tracking migrants or asylum seekers? Very brief response, please. On the Greek island of Lesbos, authorities installed AI-enabling surveillance systems called Centaur and Hyperion in refugee reception centers. These systems use cameras, drones, motion analysis algorithms, and biometric data, fingerprints and ID cards to track movements, detect suspicious behavior, and control entry and exit from camps. In short, the technology is part of EU-funded border management systems aimed at monitoring migrants, managing asylum camps, and strengthening border security in places where many people arrive from Turkey. Interesting.
Tell me your name again?
Beatrice.
Beatrice. And you were a skipper.
Yeah, I was the skipper on the second part of the fleet that left.
And where were you intercepted?
Unfortunately, we were intercepted around 120 nautical miles. We had so many other boats that just came, like military boats. They took control of the boat. They told us where to go.
Where did you have to go?
They said just like a heading on the compass. We were just going to the huge military cargo boat that they had, where they would put us in different cells within the boat. They would sit on their faces. They would make your eyes blue. They would put your handcuffs so tight that your skin would bleed. They also were talking about 7 October all the time. There were propaganda videos about 7 October.
They were showing you propaganda videos?
Yes. Another female that was in my cell, she had like a neurological pathology, so she needed to take like life-saving pills. They wouldn't give her. Probably the most heartbreaking thing, it was to be so close to Palestinian and to be at the same time not able to stop for a second the violence against them.
Were there any Israeli guards who expressed any kind of regret or discomfort at what was being done to you?
Not really, but you could tell, and this was also heartbreaking, is they will still look at us as human, criminal but human. Instead, whenever they speak about Palestinian, they don't consider them as human beings. They would express their happiness and pride of, I've killed so many people in Gaza, or there was a huge picture in the Kiryat prison of Gaza destroyed, and it was written next to it, the new Gaza. they would brag about it, like it's the most beautiful picture, and literally it was rubbles. From an Italian perspective, like Palestine is actually unifying and liberating us more even than we are liberating them. I feel like every person on a human base, they just see what's happening in Palestine, and the fact that we are able to justify a genocide that is live streamed is just so violent that we also feel threatened. So I do feel also workers recognize the role that they have in the impact of what Francesca Albanese called the economy of genocide. So then it came natural. I also think people, like different groups that weren't specifically talking between each other, now they are because of the Palestinian cause. So that is amazing what is happening on a like workers union and grassroots movements coming together to try to make a difference with a system that is so violent against human life overall, especially global south human life. I think it's amazing.
It was nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you.
You guys, yeah, I mean, you guys are so great. I just thought that flotilla was so moving, and you know, it's why I admire the students so much, because what you were doing, what they're doing, you're our conscience. It's a physical embodiment of our conscience.
We're headed to the train station the morning of the strike. That's where we're going to meet up with Francesca and Giannis and the other people who came into Genoa to participate in the strike. Greta did not look too excited about giving an interview. And, you know, it's like me, Francesca, and Giannis can't stop talking, you know, so I'm sure for her it's a real fucking nightmare. It's like
I did a film a long time, around the same time, called 0 Degrees of Separation, that was about intermarried couples, queer Israeli-Palestinian.
Giannis and Hedges, talk about a power couple. Maybe only second to Mystery and Dilemmas. Eh? They'd be jealous. Me and Dilemmas, we go way back. The ultimate bromance. The ultimate bromance. Giannis and Hedges. It is a power couple, isn't it? Those two hanging out. Some heavy hitters there. A and D.
Couples.
In every war I covered, it was only people who, usually in relationships, who stepped outside. Like in Bosnia, it was the Serb who married a Muslim. They were the only sane people.
Of course.
They were only ones. We don't do that. We are going to live in a very frightening, Peter Thiel-driven dystopia.
Peter Thiel-driven dystopia.
Yeah, that's it.
Jesus
That's it.
fucking Christ.
We're going to look for some of the heads of the union that organized this strike, and in fact have for months now risen up to attempt to block weapon shipments to Israel. They've succeeded on several ships.
You can't fake this kind of sexual tension. Oh, my God. I can use my brain. This guy thinks the war started to develop AI. I don't know. Did he really say that, though? Or are you just, like, taking the piss? I think he's definitely pointing out the fact that it's a great opportunity, and people are definitely not going to let that one go. Never let an opportunity like this go by. That's for sure. Did he actually? He didn't say that though, did he? The genocide is happening just so they can develop some new technology.
The government has been quite draconian, criminalizing.
He brings the erections. I bring the dysfunction. E and D. There it is.
The work that they've done, but they've persisted and they've pulled amazing crowds in cities all throughout Italy.
If they touch someone from flotilla, we block everything. We block all. And there was like an earthquake. An earthquake going all over Italy. We had two.
I mean, if that's what he said, I would have agreed. He implied it was only done to develop the tech to screen immigrants in Lesbos. But like, I thought he was saying that like it's the same type of technology that they use. I thought he was comparing it, the applications of technology in places in the global south, or etc., etc., etc. It's very well known that Palestine is used as a testing ground for American weapons. Yeah, and like remember there was the protest in Sydney about the recent weapons expo. It was end of last year, and like a couple of the companies that were rocking up to that weapons expo were Israeli companies who kind of were selling products that were battle tested, and they talk about it. Like this is proved. We've battle tested this stuff, and it was stuff that was tested in conflicts in Gaza, basically. It made sure it worked. I might have misheard. I thought that's what he was talking about. He was saying this type of stuff is then being rolled out across different theaters now, so you got to watch out. I thought that's what he was saying.
General strike with like 1.5 million, 2 million people on the streets. Here in general, we stopped 3 vessels. And then it was
2
very popular.
million people.
A lot of people say, that's good. Finally, you have in America a lot of good guys.
We're not.
But it's so.
Trump bragged about it at the Knesset. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
People has intrigued in the brain the feel of the defeat. They accept the defeat. We have been defeated. We just have to handle what we can. These people say, okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
Bring you to America.
Eh?
We need to bring you to America.
Prendetevi 2 minuti con calma. Prendetevi 2 minuti. Ragazzi, facciamo il lago.
In solidarity with Palestine made us realize, okay, but we vote for someone that is not in solidarity for Palestine.
Specifically also, okay, for all the solidarity, but also to not give money to make war.
Yes. Also because we want that money, they don't want money to go on war, but we want them in education, in health, in social causes, not in war.
Here in Genova were born a lot of the resistance movement during World War II. So we are really, anti-war, anti-fascism, anti-genocide. We went to every protest since the beginning of the year, and we are here to continue.
Palestina libera! Palestina libera! Che senso ha continuare ad andare a scuola come se nulla fosse quando in Palestina il 95%?
Saying we test weapons here because there's a war is a little different to saying that we started a war to test weapons. But like, yes, I think that is. But like, it's like saying they're battle tested is kind of implying that there was an arena of conflict, like 2 combatants, as opposed to just one combatant and one group of people being eradicated. So like saying something is battle tested, implies a battle as opposed to weapons being used on civilian targets. Like if it's on soldiers, well, they're soldiers. It's being tested on like people just trying to survive and exist. Like the implication is much different, obviously. I would say. I want them watching me in Coles. Makes me feel safe. We're gonna have to rewatch for Donk to get over it. Might be. I'll stop interrupting. The Middle East wars are created to secure resources and test weapons. Pretending otherwise is dumb. Like, it can be both. You can start a war to fight, but you can also start a war to test things out. Like, it can be two things. They don't have to be mutually exclusive. Chris is a very smart, award-winning journo, so he wouldn't just say stuff willy-nilly.
Che le scuole è stato distrutto.
Il cessate il fuoco non esiste se non sulle carte di quelli che ci vogliono imbavagliare e far restare a casa, mentre le vene della Palestina restano aperte, continuano a grondare sangue.
When I was on the flotilla and saw the videos from Geneva, from the striking dock workers, I cried a lot because it showed me that solidarity is not dead, that there is still some sense of humanity left.
By refusing to cooperate, by shutting the machinery of commerce and the state, by resisting evil, we assert our dignity and our freedom. We chip away at the edifice of despotic power. We sustain the flames of hope and justice. We keep alive the capacity to be human. The fight.
Douglas Murray is an award-winning journo and he thinks it isn't a genocide. Just saying. Just saying. Douglas Murray, is that the guy who I think it is? I have to look at this up. Oh my god, it is the guy I'm thinking of. Fucking this guy. He's a right douchebag, this guy is. Such a fucking tool. Is he an award-winning journalist? Honors and Awards, Manhattan Institute 2024. Special recognition from President Isaac Herzog of Israel, I'm sure. Pillars of Jerusalem Award. He's definitely award-winning, that's for sure. I wonder why he doesn't think it's a fucking genocide if he's getting special recognition from President Isaac Herzog. That's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Probably as much as Supreme Leader Trump is an award-winning keeper of the peace. Oh, man. Award-winning by the standards of the regime. Yeah, like actually. By President Herzog. It's pretty crazy. Douglas Murray. Back to my "you've never been there" quote. Political views, books. Finalists of the National Books Awards. Any other awards in here? Let's have a look. Here you go. He received the Amnesty International Global Award for Human Rights Journalism in 2002. Amnesty International. What a hippie. He had his contribution to the Times Award. Any other awards? Was awarded the Lannan Literary Fellowship for Nonfiction. On Contact was nominated for an Emmy 2017. Interesting. Sprinkles salt while making hex signs. It's just dense with actual stuff, unlike Murray, lol. LOL, so they're both full of garbage awards. Yeah, I guess you got me. Doug, Boy, and Chris are the same. Cider by Jenny, refreshing, surprisingly intoxicating. Some rhino somewhere.
For Palestine is the fight for all of us. Grazie.
Podcast there, and you're the whole time. You're doing mighty work, in fairness to you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Well, thanks for being here. Are you Irish?
We are.
These two UN workers taking like natural supplements to fight off malaria in southern Sudan. And they both got cerebral malaria, which is the worst. It means malaria in your brain.
Oh my God.
And they were hallucinating and like screaming and shit. And they both died.
They both died?
Yeah. That room is really weird. It's like doesn't have a desk, which I hate.
Oh my God. What the hell?
We're at the MAAM Museum in Rome. There's a breakfast here with several artists and activists from the flotilla, including Greta Thunberg.
Peculiar configuration of being a housing spot and also a museum that it's open to the city.
Croatian?
Yeah,
I lived in Zagreb.
Really? Okay. I'm not from there, yeah.
Oh yeah, I covered the war.
Okay.
I was based in Sarajevo, yeah. You speak Croatian?
Yeah. Do you?
No.
There was now a big case because they did an investigation about Italians going to Sarajevo.
I saw that. That was outrageous. Sniper safaris. They're given a price list for the type of kill that foreigners would pay for who they wanted to target, with children costing the most. Then men, women, and elderly who could be killed free of charge.
I mean, the Balkans now are still like socially super interesting, but also like, because like if there's a spark,
look at Bosnia.
Flammable. Yeah.
It's just frozen. You know, that's a bad change. It's frozen. Confronting these forces.
Chris has a Pulitzer
how
Prize.
should we confront?
Yeah. I wonder why it doesn't have it on ye old wiki. Unless I did, like, I just word searched award. Maybe we should say prizes as well. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. He won a Pulitzer Prize for breaking news reporting in 2002 for their coverage on Al Qaeda. He was a member of the New York Times investigation. 2002 Pulitzer Prize. There it is.
So, what are the mechanisms that we have to use in order to wrest power from their hands?
The system is not flawed. It is designed to be destructive and designed to, in my view, to to have unequal power structures and to keep some people oppressed, to keep nature as a distant, separate entity that is not part of us. In order to exploit it, in order to oppress people, we have to dehumanize them. So I truly believe that the only way out of this is to reclaim power, which is also one of the main reasons why I'm here supporting the striking workers in Italy, because that is such a clear textbook example of what it looks like when people take back power and show where the real power is.
Roger Holland says that we have to all be prepared to go to prison. He got a 5-year prison sentence, that we have to begin to accept a pretty severe personal cost if we're going to succeed.
I mean, personal costs are different for everyone. For some people, going out on the street with a sign, they risk their lives. I do not. I risk, with my activism at worst, facing repression, being slandered in the media, and worst case, ending up in prison where I, as a white Swedish privileged person, do not face the worst.
From being detained with the Israelis, I mean, you obviously had a pretty good idea of how the apartheid system works, but what surprised you the most?
It is an extremely radical view to say that some people are worthless than others. It is extreme, and it should be extremely surprising every time we encounter it.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything that you haven't got an anecdote about?
Because I
You seem to have a very
spent 20 years.
interesting
I spent 20 years as a foreign correspondent with the civil war in Yemen, Algeria, Sudan,
More or less everything.
not Asia.
I said more or less.
Yeah, more or less. More or less everything. How many flotillas have you participated in?
I've been on boats that actually made close to Gaza twice.
Wow.
But I've been on so many failed attempts that I cannot even count. I've been in boats that were unfortunately bombed. I've been in boats that were sabotaged, boats that mechanically broke, boats that were defeated bureaucratically by countries, pressured by Israel.
So how many times have you been detained by the Israelis?
Twice. They would kick me. They would press my head to the asphalt, to the floor. They would interrogate me for many hours at the range of a shotgun. They would.
No, wait. They were pointing a shotgun at you while they were interrogating you?
Yes.
Was it in a room?
In a room, but they would do that not only to me, to everybody who they would go into the cells, they would point the shotgun. When we were in jail this time in Kidzil prison, they were in a situation that most of the Israeli government wanted us out of there as soon as they could because it was a horrible PR situation. But Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Ministry of Interior, which has some management over the prison system, didn't want us out. He wanted to punish us to make a political statement. So there was this internal struggle, which made some moments they treated us very badly, and eventually they tried to get rid of people. So it was they had a mixed personality during these days.
But what is it that drew you're Brazilian? I mean, what is it that drew you to this issue?
I'm 39 years old, and I've been dedicated to social struggle as an internationalist for 21 years. And Palestine was always part of that. I've been to Palestine before, and I believe Palestine is the most important cause of our generation because it symbolizes everything. Struggle against exploitation, oppression, destruction of nature. The same system that enabled genocide in Palestine, in Sudan, in Congo, also enables an ecocide in Brazil, all the biomes in this planet. So if we can defeat imperialism and Zionism, and the best place to do that is in Palestine, we can defeat it anywhere.
What's the importance of the flotillas? I mean, you know you're going to be intercepted, but what's the importance of them?
It's a good question, right? Because I think there's a lot of speculation out there. It's like, what the fuck's the point? Israel's just going to get you anyway. Eh? The ships are going to give you. They're going to get you. Why go? I would like to know what this guy has to say about that.
Whenever we are in the context of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggle, the final victory is not a click of a button. That you're completely out of that and then you're completely into that. It's a process. And we never know when will be the moment where the system will collapse. And when it does, we will not be intercepted. So we need to be the ones that keep on coming until Zionism does not exist, and eventually when it does not, we will be able to pass. Or when it's weak enough and we are able to pass, we will understand that it's gone. So that's why we need to keep on going until the day that the political cost for them to intercept us is too high for them to pay, so that they need to stay out of our way.
Do you have certain political heroes or?
Definitely Che Guevara, Rosa Luxemburg, Marx, Engels. We are here in Italy, so Antonio Gramsci. One of the problems that we see today is that people are too less attached to references, but that these are actually tools for us.
Of course, yeah.
They are saving us time.
So I'm friends with Cornel West, and we felt exactly like you do, and so we decided to have a series of lectures about these great. We had one on Rosa Luxemburg, we had one on Marx, we had in the hopes that people would begin to read their work. And because what you said is so right, it saves you time.
Yes.
You can learn from
what they went through and their experiences and their wisdom, and it's a huge shortcut rather than trying to figure it out yourself.
Yes, it doesn't make sense. Like all the generations, they carry a banner, and then
I don't have any thoughts. I haven't actually read any. Like, there's so many people that, like, you know, we would listen to, I guess you'd say, or read about, and they've all got like mad ideas on Gramsci and his contribution to the canon. I haven't read any Gramsci. I don't know. Like, I just know kind of his political position, and then he added to kind of Marxist thinking, and you know, he wrote a lot when he was imprisoned as well. But yeah, I don't know. Have you read any? Do you know much of his theory? Anything like that? Yeah, I'm not across it. I really like what he's saying though about, like, I think we had this discussion previously. Somebody asked me for some book recommendations like a few weeks ago, I think. And they were like asking what I should start with, like what should we do? And like, why do you read in the first place? And like, you know, I agree. Like when you read, like you get an inside look into somebody else's mind, and they're pouring in all of this information that has taken them years, if not a lifetime, to develop. And so like you can kind of shortcut a lot of thinking if you read other people's works, and you can get like a kickstart, you get like a jump start actually from other people, and you can develop your own theories. I like that idea. Jake never read any of his work. Just a lot of sick quotes. Yeah, I see that as well. I just see people quoting Gramsci, and then it's like, well, Gramsci said this, and you're like, oh, that's very interesting, isn't it? But yeah, I haven't read anything.
they pass it on. Like if you ignore that, you're receiving a banner full of experience is a complete mistake. But for that, you cannot be lazy. You need to study it. Today's society is so confused and so instantaneous that it's like the big techs and the algorithms and the way things work and the liberal society works, it tries to prevent you from
electronic hallucinations.
Yes. That is good for them. If we detach ourselves from the history of revolution, that's all they need.
Yeah. We're at the university in Rome, Roma 3. I'm about to go on a panel with a great Spanish journalist and a Palestinian journalist. And we're going to talk about the nature of the coverage of the genocide. And then once we finish these panels, a series of panels at the university, we're going to join the march in Rome.
Ciao, Chris. Go.
You shut down ports, you stopped trains, you refused to let Italian infrastructure be used for the slaughter of children and innocent civilians.
Very much looking forward to join you in the streets later today. What we are doing is not in any way an act of heroism and bravery. It is doing the bare minimum.
Nel momento in cui noi, nel senso l'Occidente, invia armi che vanno ad alimentare quelli che sono i massacri e i genocidi in giro per il mondo, ci ritornano in casa sotto forma di inflazione e impoverimento.
These Western journalist organizations, whether it's the BBC or the New York Times where I worked, they prize access above everything else, including the truth. Because if you write the truth, then you don't get the background briefings, you don't get invited on the little choreographed dog and pony shows with the Israeli military. And if you keep writing the truth, you're thrown out, and if you're Palestinian, you're assassinated.
We're interviewing Ahmed Eldin, who's a journalist, Palestinian, and has been writing about, speaking about, documenting the genocide since its inception. Why is this important? And, you know, we were both in Genoa.
Yeah.
Now we're in Rome.
I think people are in Italy for many reasons, because of the history of fascism, because of the mafia, because of many things, and the economic reality of this moment. People are willing here to confront the reality. In moments like this, when my people are being erased and when my colleagues in journalism, places I've worked, HBO, Vice, New York Times, PBS. I've not just lost friends, I've lost respect for institutions, for entire communities of people I thought I was connected to. And the beauty is, silver linings, like, you know, connecting with you in person, someone I've long admired, connecting with people here, it gives me hope that, like, there is hope, there is a future, not just for Palestine, for journalism, and for us all.
So you come out of the journalistic community, went to Columbia Journalism School. We forgive you for that.
Hedges, what I miss? We're watching it's a piece by Hedges called Resistance 101, Forging a New Movement. Like, I heard him speak about it in the context of, like, you know, people are always saying, oh, what do they do? What can you do? Like activism, like what can you do to change the world? Like, if you really care about something, what can you actually do to fight against the power structures? It seems kind of almost futile. And like, he's like, look, you just got to fucking get involved with other people and resist in whatever way you can. Because like all of those little additions of pressure onto the power structure, onto the establishment, it adds up. But like, you know, you got to start somewhere, and you got to start local, you got to start small. And so he's kind of documented his travel around Italy in that regard. And I just thought maybe we could learn a little bit from that.
I want you to talk
Our Philosopher King has left the chat. Yeah, I think so. A long time ago.
a little bit about, and you're Palestinian, of course.
Yeah.
But talk about how the press has shaped and formed the narrative of the genocide.
I can't tell you how many places I've been around the world where I'm speaking to large crowds, and I ask them a simple question: do any of you trust? And I mentioned the mainstream, like La Repubblica here in Italy. Nobody trusts them, not just on Gaza, on economic stories. And it's because, you know, the consolidation in power in corporate media, in mainstream media, is not just happening in the West, it's happening around the world, and it's alarming.
So when I covered Gaza, the way they would neuter my story is, you know, Israel would carry out like an attack on Jabalia. They'd bomb Jabalia, for instance, and they would say that they had carried out an attack, a surgical strike against a bomb-making factory.
Right.
Well, I would go there, and of course, when they drop a 500-pound iron fragmentation bomb, the entire block is gone. I'm seeing the bodies of children, and I'm interviewing eyewitnesses, and yet every other paragraph is the IDF. So by the end of the story, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Exactly.
In the name of objectivity, in the name of balance.
I think even more appalling, they know that when they omit certain things from the lead, people don't read articles. Yeah. People share articles before they finish them. For me as a journalist, I looked, and this is not me trying to compliment you, it's because it's sad to say that your work is rare, in that you go to the source, you do meet with Hamas, you do interview them. Why? Because we want to understand, how did they come to be? Yeah. What are they actually about? You know, it's not to glorify them. It's not to immunize them or protect them or shield them, as the mainstream media does for Israel, from criticism or accountability. No, let's hold them accountable. But why not understand them? I don't mind when people frame me or say, he's not a journalist, he's an activist, because I have a point of view. Well, you know, if you break down the definitions of what activist is, it's someone who campaigns for social change. Maybe the way journalists campaign is by holding the powerful to account, by reporting facts and providing context. And I don't know that, I guess I bring this up because I think it's now being used, but ineffectively, to try to discredit me. It is one thing to let them erase us in physicality, but when we allow them to erase our memories, to erase our culture, they've already tried to steal not just our land, but our culture.
Yeah, I was on
they tried to discredit
on an ABC show, and they began with that.
Yeah.
You know, how can you have I was giving the Edward Said lecture. How can you be sponsored? Are you an activist or a journalist? Isn't that? But the fact is, any journalist is an activist. Mm-hmm. Every single one, because the idea is to affect. So if you are a journalist, I covered the war in Bosnia.
Yeah.
You know, how can you cover Srebrenica, which I covered, and not want the killers to be held to account? How can you cover the genocide and not want why, in many cases, in my case, taking tremendous risks to write those stories? It's because we don't want those who are massacred to be forgotten, and we want the killers to be held to account. At the same time, the establishment press are also activists in that they, by empowering the dominant narrative, they are essentially buttressing the system of control. I mean, I know reporters at the New York Times who never left their desk for 30 years. They're just rewrite guys, and they've won far more awards than you and I have in journalism. This isn't just about Palestine, and of course the strikers have broader demands. They are, like many European governments, Italy, the government of Giorgia Meloni, is pushing for huge increases in defense spending, which the workers know comes at the cost of health and education, infrastructure, social services. more importantly, and I know Francesco agrees with me, what we're seeing, and perhaps Italy is the epicenter of this, is an understanding by larger and larger segments of the population that reform, not only reform, but any kind of control that they have to influence the centers of power has vanished. And Palestine, or the genocide in Gaza, has gone a long way to exposing the true face, the true intent of these global elites.
Noi non ci fermeremo e continueremo a gridare con tutto il fiato che abbiamo in corpo: Palestina libera!
Behind me is the Colosseum. Why was the Colosseum built? The Colosseum was built to provide to the Roman citizens bread and circus, constant entertainment, spectacles that absorbed all of their emotional and ultimately intellectual life, and that became a form of disempowerment. As from the age of Augustus, we eventually entered the imperial age, where the traditional rights of the Roman citizenry disappeared for a series of despotic, autocratic, and often very violent regimes. And those figures within the Roman Republic that tried to warn against what was happening, and in particular Cicero, were demonized and cast out. And in the civil war that took place, Cicero was purposely hunted down. He was the great lawyer and orator and writer, and his head and his hands were cut off. And they were carried behind me to the dais, and his head was lifted up and his hands were placed on the dais. And I think it was actually the emperor's wife said that Cicero would never speak or write again, and 40,000 people cheered. And essentially what they cheered for was their own enslavement. Throughout history, despotic, authoritarian, repressive regimes have always attempted to create spectacle. It's something fascism does very, very well. And that spectacle is a way to essentially blind us to the corruption, to the looting of the state, to the concentration of power in the hands of a tiny oligarchic elite that prey upon us. It's not a new story, but it's one that we can't let happen to ourselves. So I'm here with Stefania, one of Italy's premier investigative journalists. I first connected with Stefania over her work on WikiLeaks. She was one of the original journalists who worked on coalition.
Yeah, I was when he was talking about like just the spectacle of it and the distraction, so they could bring in a form of society that takes away their rights, and like they're happy to do so because they're distracted anyway. Like that's all I could think about. Jag, is social media the new Colosseum? Yeah, it's part of that bread and circus affair, isn't it? And like, isn't it interesting that it would be surveillance capitalism that like erodes the liberal democratic style of political organization that has usually been associated with industrial capitalism? Like the thing that kicks the pretense of political participation and freedoms, I guess you would say, or rights at least, in our social structure, in an industrial capitalist kind of setting, and the thing that tears away or helps distract us from the system tearing away our liberties is social media, like the Colosseum 2,000 years ago. It is now social media, and it watches us at the same time. It doesn't just distract us, but it also controls us, modifies our behavior. I bet you the Romans wish they had that type of fucking technology.
That information, but she's done tremendous investigative work, including stories about the collaboration between the government of Giorgia Meloni.
Cicero was an asshole. Yeah, well, apparently the people that chopped his hands and his head off thought so too.
And the Israeli government. And I wanted to talk to her to help put everything in kind of global context. But I just want to begin with and I think there is one, I think you would probably agree, the relationship between WikiLeaks and the genocide and where we are now.
WikiLeaks was a spark in the dark after 9/11 and the complicity of the media to cover up war crimes, and it became a beacon of global resistance. And now we need global resistance against genocide, against war coming back to Europe after many years. We have to think about the relationship between authoritarianism, surveillance, cyber surveillance, in which Israel is one of the main players, and their cyber industry is spreading all around the world. They are exporting these surveillance tools everywhere, basically. The kind of impact it has on dissent, on the right to protest. Here, for example, the Meloni government initially said, oh, we don't export weapons, we don't sell weapons, we just stop every export of weapons. Then we discovered it was not true. We revealed several exports. Recently, I revealed our biggest arms industry, Leonardo, which is number 13 in the world military contractors, has exported even in 2024, 2025 components, crucial components for the F-15, the aircraft which together with F-16, F-35 wages war and destruction in Israel. So we were able to show the lies of our government, and they react, and we see the people, the ordinary people, protest in front of Leonardo. Now again, we see people who protest against the genocide and our complicity in genocide get arrested, get stopped, get questioned by the police, and these people who are complicit, these companies which are complicit, are completely unaccountable to anyone. We have to understand how serious is the situation right now. We are going towards authoritarianism, fascism, and any lack of humanity, because the way the Israelis treating is managing this situation in Gaza. Well, if they can get away with it, and it will be a go ahead for any criminal, for any, there is no longer any respect for any international law. It's very scary because we will be the next,
So we're at St. Paul's Church in Rome, and these are pictures drawn by the artist Jean Luca, who is most well known for holding exhibits which are portraits of all of the over 200 journalists who have been killed in Palestine. And before we arrived, they just finished a service led by a group called Priests Against Genocide. And these priests are essentially pushing the church to condemn the genocide and hold up the suffering of Palestinian people, and identifying the suffering, in particular of Palestinian children, with the suffering of Christ.
The Palestinian cause is not a religious one, but today we are reminded of a truth that transcends politics, a truth that all religions reflect. Faith demands that we stand with the oppressed, not with the powerful who oppress them.
All of us who have been to war hate war most of all because of what it does to children. I tried to tell your story. We have failed you. This is the awful guilt we carry. We tried, but we did not try hard enough. We will go to Rafah, many of us, reporters. We will stand outside the border with Gaza in protest. We will write and film. This is what we do. It is not much, but it is something. We will tell your story again. Maybe it will be enough to earn the right to ask for your forgiveness. Thank you.
So we're here with the Palestine ambassador to Italy, Mona Abu Mara, whose parents were longtime fighters on behalf of Palestine, who grew up in Lebanon, was born during the war in Lebanon, and who previously served as the representative. Canada had not recognized Palestine at the moment, but the diplomatic representative for the Palestine Authority in Canada.
Wasn't diplomatic even.
I wasn't even diplomatic. Really?
No.
What was it?
No, nothing. They wouldn't even tell us what our status was.
Oh my gosh.
No, it wasn't diplomatic at all. We didn't have any privileges or whatever.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Have you lost faith in the international community, or did you never have faith in the international community with a genocide?
Ooh, the international community, I don't think I had a lot of faith to begin with, but humanity, I lost faith in. I don't think that anybody comprehends how the world watched us for 2 years. Our kids being slaughtered and bodies, corpse on the streets, and half dangling bodies of children from buildings coming down. That is a whole other level of horror. But I think that normalizing what happened to my family and other families since 100 years back is part of why the world seemed so indifferent. Because if the normalization of Nakba itself, the catastrophe, the struggle of the Palestinian people, the ethnic cleansing, forcible displacement, and everything that came with it, and beautifying it, and beautifying the life of Palestinians in refugee camps all of these years, I think it had a profound effect on why we're seeing what we're seeing today in Gaza. You see every single day that the whole international community is not able to bring in a bottle of water for kids. The images of babies trying to fend each other to get water or food. I don't think that this will be just another thing for Palestinians to pass, especially when we are talking about two-sideism again. It's this side and this side. There's no two sides to genocide. There's no two sides to the inhumanity that we have seen.
It's not just that there's silence, but that these Western countries, including Italy, still provide weapons or weapons parts. Even countries like the UK, which have recognize the Palestinian state, have only cut weapon shipments by 10%.
Well, you know, we're not naive. We know that at the end of the day, this world is led by the powerful. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't be talking about a peace plan that was proposed by the US and endorsed by Israel. But what happened couldn't have been expected, and Israel was caught off guard because it thought that its impunity will never be touched. The truth can't be hidden forever. So that's what I have faith in.
Why is the flotilla important, you think?
You know how when you know the end of a movie, but you still want it to be different? I kept thinking, let it pass, as if it could. We knew it wouldn't, and that's part of the beauty as well of those people who were on those boats. They knew they're not going to be allowed to, but they still refused to accept the status quo. If it happens in Gaza and it goes unchecked, it could happen anywhere. And if any power thinks that this could go unchecked, then why would it prevent the other power to do the same?
We already seen the tools of control that have been tested on the Palestinians are already being used to stop migrants from crossing the Mediterranean or crossing the border in Mexico. Protesters are being surveilled and sometimes fired on with tear gas by Israeli drones. All of the mechanisms of extreme control that Israel has perfected against the Palestinians are creeping into our own societies.
Well, that is part of what you get when you allow the world's largest army to test its weapons on people and then promote it as tested.
Battle tested, they say.
Battle tested, but what's the battle?
Yeah.
It's those civilians that don't have anybody to defend. We have cancers that are spread like wildfire in Gaza because so many of those weaponry is illegal to actually use on people, but they don't see us as humans. So when you have a green light for genocide, and that is exactly what happened, and I had that in one of my interviews on the 8th of October, I was asked what will happen if Israel is allowed to go into Gaza. And I said genocide. And I don't think that people ignored it because they didn't believe it. It's because they don't care.
Yeah.
If it happens to the Palestinians, and it's the right of Israel, not self-defense, but to revenge. And that has been said time and time again. So I think that it could happen anywhere. Power, when it's unleashed, there's nothing that can stop it if impunity has been going on for so long.
Right, thanks.
That's why nobody knows the real numbers, right? Because they just vaporize people. Well, like, look at what they've done. They've leveled, 80% of the city, of the region. 80% of buildings. Vaporizing people would just be part of that, right?
Oh my gosh.
اسألني إذا بعرف أبو عمار.
Her and Yasser Arafat. Oh, that's another one of you.
Oh, yeah.
You got your first political meeting seated on Arafat's lap?
Yes,
Oh my God.
yes. The start of the rest of our beautiful, miserable lives that we've been living.
Hedges. To be honest, I thought there'd be more footage of him marching with Italian dock workers and unions. Very interesting. All right, I've got to leave it there today. But looks like there's been some interesting chat going on. People have been debating coming to terms with what each other is saying, sharing propaganda. Tony Ryan 43, ships accredited with non-US or Israeli cargoes can still sail through unimpeded. The US lies, lies and lies and lies. All right. Thank you everyone who's been chilling out today, hanging out, joining us for the day's affairs. Jag, Ravy Baby, Hobo Joe in the house earlier. Love Jeff was here also. Spandonk, keeping it real. Who else I got here? Taygard, KK Online. I think Mr. Art of War was in here for a while. 4AS in the house. Woozle. Who else I got here? Who else you got? Chelsea Clinton. Who have I missed? Who have I missed? I'm sure there's been a few people that I've missed out. We had some new people come in today. People coming in debating us. The Philosopher King. Captain Bucket. Thank you very much for your interactions today. It's been good. God, have I missed people? Yeah, Philosopher King. For the new E shirt. Well, actually, we've got a new E shirt coming out for our for Akkad the Great's take on God, what's her name? Jacinta. And what did he call her? Exactly. What was her superhero woman name? Incredibly woke, progressive woman, or something like that. That's the new T-shirt. And there'll be a picture of the old Prime Minister on there. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been interacting today and chilling out. I do appreciate it. We're going to be back tomorrow with some more. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you. If you've been lurking today, thank you. Hope you are all well. And I will see you on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you soon. See you soon.